Hello, everyone. It's Plagen, and I'm back to stream finally. Not that we'll be doing anything too fascinating. Well, maybe for you it might be fascinating, but if you've missed out, I've been creating a couple of games the past year or so. I've made a text based game called War of Belrook. I made a Vampire Survivors ripoff called Slime Evolution. And then I made a RPG called I'm Just a Slime, which I'm quite proud of that one. The other ones were mostly me deciding to create games and learning how to do it. Anyway, I finished my last game, and since then I wanted to start a new one. So I decided to do that. Before we get into that, however, let me gonna bring up some music here. Not that one. This one. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm so just out of it right now. It's been a while. Anyway, I'm going to start the recording for YouTube. I'm going to upload this to YouTube as well, so if you miss out on anything, don't worry, it'll be a VOD on YouTube, kind of showing the process of the making of. So, hello everyone, YouTube and everything out there. I'm streaming right now. So, I'm making a new game, right? You may have seen my previous ones mentioned in the YouTubes and whatnot. I'm Just a Slime, Slime Evolution, War of Belrook, all different ones. Honestly, the one I'm most proud of those is I'm Just a Slime, so check that one out. The other two, I don't care. Uh, anyway, with I'm Just a Slime coming to a close, I'm starting a new game. Yeah. And I'm going to call it Slime Experiments, and it's going to be a sort of puzzle game where you go through different rooms, solving puzzles, and progressing the story. That's going to be what it is. So I'm going to stream it on Twitch, a couple hours whenever I feel like doing it. It really depends. For me, when I get into the zone for programming and making a game, I tend to just kind of go until I either hit a point where it's like, okay, next it's going to be just a mess, or okay, I just fixed a mess. Let's just call it for now. That tends to be how I, go about things. With just me being me, so it's whatever. But we'll be doing that. So if you just want to check it out on YouTube, that's fine. If you want to join me on stream on Twitch, just ask questions or whatever, feel free to do so as well. I will be here. But I just figured I would do this as kind of a behind the scenes, like showing how things get done and whatnot. And if you want, you can follow along and, make your own kind of puzzle game and whatnot. Um, you can make it different than mine, but the basic code would be the same and all that good jazz. Yeah, smile. Anyway, let's go ahead and switch over to my whole screen monitor. Here we go. I'm down in the corner. Hi. Don't look at my icons. That's rude. Anyway, I have some assets already prepared for this game and that I've used from previous games that I'll be using again in this game because if you can reuse assets, best thing to freaking do. I'm using Unity, as you can see. I have my other Unity games here, Slime Evolution, I'm Just a Slime, all that good jazz. And let's get some music going quick. Okay. The first thing we're going to want to do, new project. And it's been a while since I've started a new project, but we're going to want 2D core. It's going to be a 2D game. I've not done anything with 3D yet, and that is probably for the best because 3D is a whole other beast to tackle. Then you're working in 3 dimensions, right? And by the way, I tested it before, the volume of the music and my voice, and it sounded okay to me, but it was just like one song. I didn't go through everything. So if anything becomes like you can't hear me or things are too loud or whatever, just let me know. I could potentially also do this without music, but then I feel like I would get kind of bored after a while. But anyway, we're gonna call this Slime Experiments. Yeah, I think everything else is fine. Is the location for, yeah, okay, that's fine too. So we're gonna go ahead and create the project. We'll go here and it'll take a moment to pop up. But Unity is free unless you hit a certain milestone of like sales, which I think is like 10,000 sales a year, $10,000 in sales a year, mind you, which I have not hit at all. So don't worry about that. But anyway, it'll take a little bit to build Unity here. I should also, if I just open this like this, maybe it's thinking. I'm going to get Visual Studio up here. Well, because we'll need that for the coding part. And takes a little bit to load there. Okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and like that. Okay, then we got wood. My God, Francis just died. Opening up Visual Studio and everything kind of just shuts the bed at once. Okay, so here's my Visual Studio box. The reason I'm using desktop capture to actually show my background and stuff is because Unity doesn't necessarily like window capture, which is just Unity. And if I did do window capture, I'd have to like constantly be switching between Visual Studio and the window capture and all that good jazz. And I could actually just do this and not show the background at all. But whatever. Usually it doesn't take this long when you start up Unity much because it's starting for the first time and building directories and whatnot for it. I don't know. I know my other games take this long because they have so much stuff they have to load. But yeah. Also, the rest of the music in this playlist is not going to be as intense as this. Throw it out. Anytime you want to start up, come on. I guess while that's going, put that down there. So I have on my other window a bunch of different tabs. I guess Explorer windows open. All my different stuff that I've used for previous games right here, which we'll be reusing. Some of the maybe not necessarily music, since I think I might want to go like calmer, more like relaxed music for this game. But I have some stuff already made for the puzzle game. Right now it just looks like blobs to you guys. Don't worry about that. I have my animations for like sprites and stuff, which I think the only one we're going to really use is the slime. The slime is going to be our main character again. And then we have a bunch of visual effects, sound effects, and other stuff. So that'll be there. And then, oh, did it open? That thing went away. Hey, we're in. Okay, cool. So first thing is first. I think down here I have to rename the scene here. So we're gonna rename this scene right away to testing space. Yay. And reload. So you start out with one basic scene and kind of go from there, right? One more thing I want to add up at the top here. I want to add tab animation. And we will be using that a little bit later as well. Everything else looks fairly okay, right? So we have the main camera here, which is where our camera area is going to be. We can adjust it however we want, but right now it's set to be that ratio. Let me just double check everything here. So target display is 1. Size. Zoom out. We have a little more space here. So in the previous games, what I had is I had the size of the camera set to a specific amount, and then the camera would follow you around, right? And that is what I did with the previous games. I'm wondering if I should change that though. Also, did I change any of this? I don't think I did. So this is going to be the background. So if I hit play right now, the background will switch to like a blue color, as you can see here. That's going to be the default background. Everything. You can change it here, but whatever. I'm not going to go through every little feature of Unity and explain it. I'm just going to maybe follow along if you want to learn it. There's resources out there to learn it, or you can learn it yourself, like I did, without reading tutorials. I just kind of went, I'll just wing it, and I did. And, well, you know. All right, so I think all this for now is going to be fine. We don't really have a perspective to tell how much things are going to be. Like, I don't know if this space is going to be enough. Actually, is there... Go to game. Free aspect. Let's just hit that. Yeah, and that'll change it. Okay, perfect. So it was a little bit widescreen before, but I think this is what we want. At least the resolution. I just want it to be 1920 by 1080. I don't want it to be too crazy. We're not doing anything crazy with graphics or anything. So right here, this will be our viewpoint. So this is what we're going to be focusing on having as a area we can use. So go ahead and kind of get it centered on one of these lines here. All right, perfect. So we have our testing space. We have a camera that's a range. We'll see how it actually goes. But the first thing that I want to do, really going to give us a perspective of scale and everything, is I'm going to bring in our character, which should be here. Now, the question is, which one do I want to use? Let's take... Actually, let's go ahead and create a folder for it real quick. So folder, we're going to name this one Sprites. Very simple. And then we're going to go ahead and drag in the stuff. So normally I would use a light green, like basic slime. But this time, I'm going to be using our dark slime, since that doesn't see much use in my other games. So it's kind of like a new sprite. You can go in here, we can see the different stuff. Perfect. So I'm going to select both of these. Then what we want to do is we want to turn no compression. We want to turn this filter mode to be point, non-filtered. Pixel per unit, I don't know, I just go 32 because it's a 32 base sprite. I don't know if that matters. Then we need to change sprite mode to multiple so we can cut it into the different frames and actually animate it. We'll hit apply there. Then we have to do this each individually. Go into sprite editor. And then as you can see, this screen came up. So we'll go slice, go by count, and there should be 4 columns right there. We'll hit slice, it'll cut it up, hit apply, and that's that. And then we do the same thing to the other one as well. Except we're gonna have to change this to 6 instead of 4. And we hit save. And then apply. All right, very simple stuff. Now what we wanna do, select all of this and throw it right here, just in the open world. And we'll name this Slime Idle. All right. So now that we have this guy, we can zoom in on him, kind of get a feel for what's going on here. Let's rename this to Slime Character, just so we have a basic name going on, right? Now, update mode, we want unscaled time. So if we ever pause time, like if we were to pause, hold on. Yeah, okay. I hit one of my shortcut keys using the number pad there. Anyway, we want unscaled time because what that'll do is it'll allow us to have the character stay animated, even if we are pausing the game or something, for example. Over here, I want... What do I want? I don't think I want anything, actually. All right, this is normally over here. I'm dumb. Anyway, all right, so now that we have this guy selected, and if we hit play, it'll just cycle through all the frames, right? You can see him moving. As you can see, it's moving a little fast, so we can just go down different rates. 8 is still pretty fast. We can go down to 6. Still pretty quick. 5, and then 4. So I think 4 is a little slow. 5 looks just about right for an idle animation, in my opinion. You can do whatever you want with it. Obviously, if you want it to be like higher, you can, you know, what you want. So we've added our idle animation, and it's fine. But now we need to add our movement animation. So we're going to create a new one called Slime Move. And then for this, what we'll do, we're going to open up this one, and go all the way over here, and then we're going to drag these into this box here. Now if we hit play, you can see him kind of bouncing around a lot because it starts out at 60 sample size. We're going to change that to 8. As you can see, we have a slime animation that's now jumping around. And once again, I hit my shortcut keys because I use the number pad all the damn time. So, you know what? We might just say, screw it. My guy, my little Vtuber guy, he's going to be doing some crazy stuff today. Anyway, so that's how we add the basic animations using a sprite sheet like that. Very simple stuff, right? Okay. So now that we have that, we can hit save and we can hit play to kind of see what the game will look like when that happens. Okay, so he's very zoomed out. So we don't want the camera to be that far away. That's kind of messed up, right? Let's go back to the scene, select the camera. Let's just try a size of 5 and see how that looks. Like I said, I kind of want the camera to be a static area like this, right? I don't want it to move around when the character moves, which we can't move anyway right now. So that's fine. So we can also, while we're in game, change it as well here. So 6 might not be bad. I think 5 or 6, once we actually start building a level and seeing like how much space we actually have, then that's when it will come into play here. But we'll just hit that. We'll leave it at 5 for now. If we want to expand, we can. But the first thing I want to do is I want to make it so our character can move. So we're going to go collector character, add a component, and we're going to do, I'm going to call it player move. Very simple. We're going to go ahead and double click on that, which will open up Visual Studio. I already had one open, but it's not the one I wanted. There we go. All right, so here we have our coding. So start, as you can see, explaining all the code is going to be a little bit complicated if I were to do that. I'll kind of explain a little bit, but start, basically it happens once whenever the first update happens. And then update is what we're going to really want. So we're going to remove that, and I actually have code already done for player movement. So let me go ahead and I'll just drag that over and we'll just copy that from my previous game, because why rewrite code that you don't need, right? So let me just figure out where it's at. Character and stats, is that it? Yep, player move. All right, so I'm going to drag player move over here. And as you can see, this is another player move. Wait, why is that empty? Oh, this is the new one. This is the old one. Got it. Okay. So as you can see, there's a lot of stuff already written in this player move from my previous game. And what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and just copy the basic stuff here. So we're going to copy this and just paste it here. Now let me explain what some of this stuff does. So we have a rigid body here, which is what's going to allow our character to actually move on screen. It'll need to be interacted with. We have the vector 3, which is the movement vector, which will allow our character to move. I'll get into that a little later as we go through different stuff. Then we have the last horizontal and last vertical vector, which basically just keeps track of whether or not we were going up or going right or going left or going down, yada yada. And then of course we have the game object player, which is our character. And then we have the speed value here. And then we have this, which can change speed if we need to. And then we have the update down here. We also have animate, which we'll get to at a later time. But I think we need to grab the rest of this. So on awake, we want to have this here. So on awake, what this will do is every time the game object first gets created, whenever like it very first wakes up. So if we hit play right now in the game, the awake function will trigger once, and then that's it. Anytime the game object is loaded, this will run. And what this will do is it will grab the rigid body that we're going to add on later and assign it to that value. So that way it knows where the rigid body is at. Same thing with all these vectors. It's going to create a new vector that we'll have here. It's going to grab the animate code and whatnot, and then it's going to basically set if the character is moving, it's going to make them just not move as default, which we do not have yet. Which actually, I could just go ahead and copy over our animate function as well, which is this, which do I really need this function as well as the other one? I don't think I do. I think we'll combine these. So I'm just going to go ahead and I think I can do this here. All right. So rather than having animate, having a very separate script just for this, we'll combine it into one, right? So we're going to go ahead and just grab this code. And I'm going to slam it into here. We're going to grab this and we're going to put it into here. And then we're going to grab these two here. And I'm going to put them here. So those are there. And then an update. We want to grab these and put them here. Okay. So that's all the code out of this thing captured, right? So we do not need this. So what was this doing before? So animate was taking get component animate, which was just this thing, which we no longer need. So we do not need this, and we do not need this. Because basically animate, all we were using it for was to get these two values, and then to get the animator, which we don't need now. So we do not need any of this. But we can just set is moving to false right away. Simple as that. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and just hit save, just so it saves there. Then we can go ahead and close out of that one. And let's go ahead and toss this player move over there as well. So this is the one on the left that we're working on, that we're working to get working. I don't think we are going to need... I don't think we're going to need change speed. We're going to remove that. We don't need to add speed. And yeah, let's go ahead and add this start function. This is already commented out, so we don't need to do anything about that. All right, so like I said, start's going to happen once at the beginning. So I think first awake happens, then start happens, and update happens at kind of the same time. What this will do is make it so previously we were going left, and the last, like, up or down, we were going up. So it kind of sets the direction the character's going to be facing. Now we've done all that, we can finally get into the update function itself, which is where the bare bones of this thing is at. Okay. So, what we want to do is just copy all this, and then we'll see what does not work. Okay. Easy peasy. So GM we do not have. Is a player allowed to move? Honestly, I'm thinking... So previously in my other games, I was using, or in my Slime Evolution... Not Slime Evolution. I'm just a slime game. We were using GM as kind of our game manager to kind of check different things. And since it was an RPG, you could stop and talk to someone or open up menus, and you would be able to move around if we did not have this value, which is player allowed to move equals true, right? So, actually, I think I will keep the GM. So we're gonna want to go back up here and do GM or GM. Of course, since I don't have an actual GM script yet, getting angry with me doing that, but that's fine for right now. So I think we're done with this player move. We can get rid of that and just have this one window left. Okay. So it's going to be angry and not going to really let me do anything quite yet, but that's fine. So let's go and, right, I want to create a new folder for all my scripts. Okay. And in the script folder, we can move player move. Yep. All right. Make full screen this. No, it's not full screen. Did it? Oh, I can't move it because it's... Right, hold on. Let me just delete this one. Because there's an error, I can't move it without creating a copy, I guess. Didn't know that, but anyway. Anyway, back in scripts. We're going to create a folder for manager scripts. I'm going to create a game manager now. And then in folder, we're going to also create a player specific. All right, so now we'll have those two. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new script called GM, or Game Manager. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. Let's pop that open here. Okay. I don't really need any of this right now. All we need to do is make a public... What was the other... I don't know why I moved that over there. I'm so used to like having multiple windows open, but I need to do this all in one window, or else you guys can't see. So we need to do a public player allowed to move. So I'll just copy this so I can go word for word. Public boolean, player allowed to move. We'll just do that. So now if we hit save on that, it'll allow us to properly use this. Okay, so going down through the update, we have checking whether or not the player is allowed to move. If the player can move, then we're going to check the next stuff, which is going to be checking the movement vector, whether or not we're moving horizontal and up, which we're going to set as our x and y values. And then if the movement vector of x is not 0, which means if 0 is the movement vector, it means we're not moving. So we're not going to care, right? So if the movement vector is a number other than 0, we want to change animator.isMoving. Actually, not even that. We just want to change isMoving to true, since we got rid of that. Now that isMoving is true, we want to check if the last horizontal vector is not the same as, or is not equal to, the current movement vector. And if it is equal to it, we'll go just skip this and go to the next thing, which sets the last horizontal vector to the current movement vector, which doesn't do anything if it's false, honestly. But if it is true, if this statement's true and then it's not equal, we go down to here and we change the player transform local scale. We grab that value here, and then we set the x value of that free vector to -1, which basically flips the sprite. And then we set the value. So this is a very complicated thing that we have to do here, specifically because you cannot just take player.transform.localscale.x and change its value. You have to fully assign an entire value to the entire local scale at once. And let me explain what exactly the local scale is here. So if we go back to our player character, this is the transform function. So this is player. So think of this as player. And then dot transform is this little thing here. And then dot local scale is the scale value here. So it's these three values. So if we go back to our script here, think of the vector 3 as something like that. So it's three values kind of in brackets, right? So it's 1, 2, 3 like that. That's what a vector is. And what we want is the x vector, which is the first value. And like I said, if it's one way or the other, it's going to be -1, which is going to go that way, or it's going to be 1, which is that way. So if it's left or right, depending on which one it is, we'll face the correct direction, which is what this thing essentially does. And then if the movement vector x is 0, isMoving is going to equal false. And then over here, we want to check the y value, which if the y value is not equal to 0, we're not going to have an animation that's different for up and down movement. It's just going to be the same movement animation. So we don't need to check and reset or change anything here. So all we really do is check if the player is moving, then we want to set isMoving to true. And then we can remove this line as well. So after all of that happens, what we do is we take the horizontal and set that equal to the movement vector x, which is the direction we're moving. We take the movement vector times the speed that we're moving at, which is up here, which is we'll get to in a moment. And then we set the rigid body 2D velocity equal to the movement vector. right here. And if the player is allowed to move equals true is false. So if the player is not allowed to move, what we want to do is we want to set the rigid body velocity to 0, which means we cannot move. That's how that goes. So allow me to show you what that looks like over here in this. So now that we have, oh, hold on. Right, I moved the scripts around. Oh. Okay, let me real quick, I deleted that player move thing. We'll restore that from my recycling bin. And now it's back. Okay. Yada, yada, yada. Right, okay. So I think I may have just messed up by doing that, but that's fine. It's a very easy fix to correct that. So what we're going to do, this player move, I'm going to move into here. And then we'll open up this player move. And we can see that this one still has errors because we hadn't fixed this one. So I'm just going to copy everything here and delete that. Go to this one that we did edit and paste it over here. And we can save this. Okay. What are you doing here? Not that. Right. Let me go back to my panel over here. So, slime experiments, with assets, player move. There's the player move. Right. Let me just delete that. Did that fix it? Hold on. Okay. Well, the errors are gone from here. We have this. Click it again. Now it's perfect. I just had to go into the Explorer over here and remove it. Because there was two. Because the Unity didn't like me dragging that and then deleting that one. It was weird. Anyway. So now that we have the player move script completed, I can hit save here and we can select our character. And now you can kind of see all the different values here. Our last movement vector, our player, which we can go ahead and just copy him over there. Speed, we can set to 5 for right now. Horizontal and is moving, all that stuff. And now if we just hit save, we can hit play, and we can check the values moving. So, as you can see, nothing's happening when I'm hitting WASD. Even if I hit the arrow keys, nothing happens. And that is because we did not have a rigid body 2D. Also, if you click over here, we can see all these errors popped up because I was trying to do various things. So it's telling us that this parameter does not exist. These parameters do not exist. And it says the GM tag is not defined. So if we click this one, we can see that I was trying to grab information from a thing that does not exist. So that's a very simple fix. I'm going to drag that to a different window so I can see here. And what we'll do is we'll create a empty object we're going to call GM. Paste it over to there. And then in this, we're going to add the GM, not HM, GM script. There we go. All right. Now that error has been taken care of. Let's hit save once again and hit play and see what other errors we get. Okay, as you can see, my guy just decided to go straight south for some reason. And as you can see, we have some more errors. Let me clear all this first, then hit this. Oh wait, no, it's still not working because I did not add a tag here. So tag, we want to add a tag called GM. There we go. Now we can go back here, add that tag, and now once we hit save. We won't have that error down there anymore. But we're still going to have these errors, which is fine. If we look at the things here, it says parameter is moving does not exist in animator set bool. Yeah. So it's saying these values when I'm trying to update do not exist, essentially, which doesn't necessarily matter right away, but and it does. Let's see. Where's previous? There's horizontal and is moving. So maybe I change these rather than being at the beginning. We move them down to the end, right, like that. Okay, so now we hit save. So now we know that the horizontal value should be okay here, and then is moving will also be set in here somewhere. And then there's one more thing we need to do. In GM, player allowed to move needs to be true. Right there. Otherwise, our script is never going to execute the other stuff. So we'll hit that, and now if we hit play, our character should just kind of go down slowly but surely, and we'll see, of course, these is moving horizontal things no longer happening. Why is that still happening? Oh, no, I was looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry. That was my bad. Because we need to open up. Is it this? Yes, it's the animator. Here we go. Okay, I'm dumb. That was my own fault. I completely forgot about this thing, which is very important for everything here. So what we want to do is make a bool called is moving. And we want to make a float called horizontal. There we go. All right. So this is basically the path that animations take. So like here's your idle animation and here's your movement animation, right? So the question is, how do you go from here to there? Well, we make a transition back and forth, and we select the little arrow here, and then we can look at this stuff. So all this stuff doesn't really matter for us too much. I unselect these and set that to 0. That way it's whatever. And then we add a condition here, and when is moving is true, we want to go from idle over to our movement animation. And the same thing with this one. We change all these values, and we add this, but we want to make this one false. So when is moving is false, we want to go back to the idle animation, right? Easy as that. Okay, but there's one more thing we need to check, and that's a lot of the stuff in the rigid body. So we want to change this to animatic. We want to change this to be continuous, start awake. I don't think that matters right there. Freeze Z rotation. I don't think that matters for us. And then, yeah, I think that's all that matters, yeah, because the gravity's there, but kinematic means there's no gravity involved. Perfect. So now, you notice how previously our little guy was kind of floating down the screen here. Well, now if we hit play, he shouldn't. He should just stay right in the middle and not move. Perfect. And now if we hit W, that was actually A, I'm sorry, S, D, W, there we go. You can see we're moving. We're moving around the screen. Yeah, boy. All right. So if we go to select our character here, and I'm just going to close the rigid body stuff so it's not all in the way. Look at the values down in the player script. You can see them changing as I'm pressing different directions and moving around. My head's in the way a little bit there for you guys, but you can see like the as I'm going left and right, the last horizontal vector changes and the horizontal number changes. And when I'm removing my fingers from the key, the is moving script changes, and you can see me being idle and the movement animation, and then idle and movement animation. And that's how you get your character to move. Very simple and whatnot. Like I gotta exit to save this. All right. So now that we have our player, we kind of determine, since this is going to be the bounds of the game area, we're moving a little bit too fast. So let's select a player. Let's set speed to 3. We're moving around at a little bit more of a pace here. But now that we can actually move around, it does seem that the area that we can move is pretty small, right? So let's go to the main camera. Let's make it 6. Let's see here. So yeah, we got a little bit more, because we got to remember, I'm going to frame this area with blocks that make it so you cannot go past the boundaries. But now you can. So it doesn't matter. So we're probably going to have like this area here, move around in. So that's okay. What about 7? I don't want to get it too zoomed out, because then you can't really tell what the character is, right? But I think this looks good. 6 or 7 is definitely the way to go. I'd say 6, because then you can see more of the slime. You don't have to worry about that too much. I guess I could make the slime a little bit bigger. If I do 2 and then 2, let's see how that looks in the game field. Yeah, I actually just changes it so I don't have to. Yeah, that's not great. We'll switch that back. All right. I could try 1.5. Now we'll just go to 1. That's fine. Okay, we'll just leave that how it is. We'll leave that at 6. We will have to change the values back to 6 and stuff here, because if you change it while you're in the game, that's not the real values. That's just the simulated values. So we just want to make sure everything we changed is, of course, perfect here. And while I'm at it, we want to change the sorting layer. We want to add a couple. So we want to add a background layer, a character layer, and then a foreground layer. So I'll add one more for above background. I think this is what I had before in my other game here. So what this does is it allows us to change where at the character is at. So think of it as like sheets of paper with the background, or default, I guess, being the one that's on the bottom. Then you add another sheet of paper above to get the background, another sheet for above background, and that kind of stuff. That way, if we do have something that we want to have behind or in front of the player, we just have to change this sorting layer. That's all there is to that. Well, none of this other stuff really matters. I'm going to move the GM top here just so we have it there. All right. So, that's our character moving. Perfect. So next, what I will do, let's just start getting some basic stuff in here. So let's add a new folder called Assets. And in the assets, I'm going to drag and drop this amalgamation of shapes. And like last time, we're going to change this to be like that. And if you actually want to see what this is a little bit better, this is essentially what it is. It's, you can not really tell very well because it's 32 by 32 cubes. So it's like that big in reality. But they're kind of just wall cubes that I made in Paint at one time. So very simple. We'll go into the sprite editor. Oh, we have to hit apply first. Here we go. Now, once again, we'll just do it by size, and we'll do 32 by 32 because that's what they are. Then we'll hit slice and apply. And now we have our little cubes there. Perfect. Now, if we want to, I could say, add this cube out into the world. Boom. Done. It's a cube now. But I don't want to do that. Let's also add another folder called prefabs. And the prefabs is what we're going to have for our saved items or whatever. So basically now I can delete this character out of the world, and I can just drag him from the prefab into here, and you can see he still has all the rigid body, the player movement, and all that good jazz, right? One other thing we want to add to our character, actually, so I'm going to delete this one. It doesn't matter. We're going to open this one up again. So we want to create a box collider 2D. And so this is going to be the way that we make sure that our player doesn't go over things, essentially. So we're going to edit this box to make it basically fit all around him. Nice and snug. Let's go to the animation. Let's go to movement and hit play. So we can see he's a little bit wider when he moves, and also a little bit taller. We can do that to prevent him from clipping into different items, right? We'll just hit play there, and we'll hit save up here. And now we have a little hitbox for our character, basically. It's less of a hitbox and more of a, well, no, I guess it is still called a hitbox, but we'll get to that in a second. So let's go back to our previous space. And what I'll do now is I want to add a 2D object, tile map, rectangular. So we'll do that, and we're gonna rename this to level, basically. And then we're going to copy that tile map and create a new one. We're going to rename this one to collider tile map. Then we'll add a new component by going to tile map in the search thing here. And we want this tile map collider 2D. And what this will do is it'll make it so any tile we place on this particular tile map, it's going to have a hitbox around it by default, so we don't have to make our own hitboxes, which is so great. I just want to say, I learned about this function way too late in my previous game, and it was awful. So anyway, we have our tile map now, and the default stuff. Let's see. We want a couple of layers for various reasons. So, collider tile map, we want this one to be the foreground, because this is going to be above everything else, because the player's not going to be able to cross it anyway. Then what we want... Actually, no. No, it's fine. That's fine. Foreground works there. This one will have be the tile map background. We'll create another one, and we'll kind of keep in the same order here. We'll do above ground, above background, and we'll create one more for things that the player can go behind. So we'll change this one to foreground, and this one will be foreground. So perfect. So what this essentially does is anything we place in these will go directly to their particular layer. Now, what is a tile map? You might be asking yourself. Well, that's a good question. We need to add... I forget how to add it exactly. It's been a minute since I made a tile map from scratch, because I used to have a tab here that was specifically for tile maps. What's this button? Yeah, this is what I want. This is the tile palette right here. This is what we wanted. I was wondering where the hell that was at. Okay. So, we want to basically create a new tile palette. And this one's just going to be blue room. Very simple. Nothing fancy. So in assets, we want to create a new folder. This one's going to be called tile maps. Do that. Go in there, select the folder, and we're going to have a tile map called blue room. Go to our tile maps. You can see blue rooms right there. But what we're going to do, we're going to go to assets, and we're going to take this and paste it over here. Blue room tiles. Oh, select the folder. There we go. Okay. So now, as you can see, we have these blue tiles kind of in this panel now, right? Okay. Now let's back out again so we can kind of see where we're at. And it's kind of hard to see with these tiles. I thought they were going to be a little more visible. So I might actually change these to something else or like edit their color and whatnot. But I'm going to go press this button so that I can do this and kind of drag stuff around, right? But we're not going to do that right there. What we are going to do is I'm going to take, let's see. And I did think this, after I had made this tile map, that, oh, I don't really have the exact tiles that I need. But, because I don't have anything that's just a straight wall tile. So these are basically going to be the walls. I can do like that, make walls and different stuff like that. But I forgot to add a very specific thing, which is basically just flat wall tiles, as you can see. I could use this thing in the middle, but that's more for like being behind various things. So I messed up there. That's fine. I can just use this one for now. So we want to go to the collider, basically, and we want to just go. Maybe we'll do this and then that, and then basically this is just to kind of test things out. We're not really doing anything set in stone quite yet. We're just kind of pasting and coloring our tile map here. So here we have our map now covered in tiles and all that. And you can kind of see if we zoom in on it, you can see very select this. You can see these green, like neon green lines that are like pointing inward and kind of surrounding the tiles. And those are the hitboxes for them. So if we were to hit play now, we can first of all see that we have those hitboxes around us. But I also forgot that we need to drag in our character. There he is. So now, if we move around, we can see that I passed right through it. Why did I pass right through it? Huh? Hold on. Slime character, are you okay? We got the rigid body, we got that. These have not triggering. Why can't I go through them? Hold on. What if I make them on the same plane? Does that do anything then? Nope. It just makes me like clip through them sometimes. Map Collider 2D. Yep. Okay. Huh. Interesting. I'm not supposed to be able to go past those. What? Maybe it's because it's kinematic? What if we go back to dynamic and I just make gravity scale 0? Let's see here. Now do I hit it? Now I do. Okay, so enigmatic means I just basically ignore all the blocks, I guess. It's been a while since I made a player rigid body. Previously, I've just been doing monsters, which they don't care about hitboxes in other games, so that's what it was. All right, so if we hit this, we go back here, go back to dynamic. You want to change the gravity scale to 0, because if it is higher or lower, it's going to either float or fall on the ground. Everything else we want. Continuous, start awake, okay, everything's perfect there. Good. Now, let's hit play one more time just to make absolutely sure. Yep, all right, so we are hitting the sides here, which is exactly what we want to happen. It's perfect. So here's our very first level. Yay. Yeah. Not all that fancy, but it's basically the very simplest of simple things that we want to do right now, right? So we have a framed area we can move around in and kind of test things out in. And I will have to make more walls and such. Actually, probably make the outline thicker. Because if I actually open with paint.net, if we look at what I was making previously, get out of here. So this is the tiles that I made. You can see they kind of have like a little outline around them. And that was to kind of make them pop a little more. But yeah, it did not work as I expected. So that was bad. But what are you going to do? So what I can do is maybe thicken these lines up a little bit around the edges. Because as you can see, they really don't like pop at all. I can move this game experiment window here, full screen it. Even if it's full screen, you can barely tell. And they really look kind of bad like that. So yeah, we'll go ahead and move this again. Boop, boop, there we go, back in there. All right. So yeah, that is making the first level. Perfect. Now let's undo that real quick. I guess I can just real quick. So the things we're missing, basically a corner piece and flat lines. So I can just go ahead and take this, copy, paste, move that down to here, right? And then what we'll want to do is grab, just zoom in on this little quadrant for a second. Copy that. I'm just going to grab this pencil, do that, and do that. We can grab this color, and oops, there we go. Do that, kind of fill in the edges there. And then we have one wall side. Although really, I should do that like that. Have the proper kind of square with just one side done, right? Okay. And then like I said, let's try thickening this out a little bit. I'm not going to do this for all of them right now. I just want to have a kind of square that we can check with. So let's grab this, copy and paste it. We're going to rotate it 180 degrees. I'm going to move it over to here. Wham bam. Easy peasy. All right, so let's go ahead and save this. I'll add more later because we of course have to do the top and bottom and the corners and whatnot, but it's neither here or there right now. Let's close out of that. Go to Assets. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this one. It'll be fine. I'll just go through here and delete all that too. It's gonna cause some issue, but don't worry about it. Go ahead and go none, point, multiple. You know what? Here's a per unit. How many pixels in the sprite correspond to 1 unit in the world? I don't know. Let's go 32. All right, so yes, hit apply. Slice using size 32 by 32. Slice, apply, close. Okay. Now we need to go back to tile map and edit this. Get rid of that. And then we will take this and throw it into here. Go. Perfect. Now we have that updated, but we need to go into our tile map thing here. Maybe not. I think that would just update those, but it did not. That's fine though. All right, so let's go back to the collider. Grab this thing again. Oh, I'm still in edit. Hold up. Okay, now it's saved. Excellent. So now we can select that. And this is the right side, so we can go ahead and just do that. And then we can do that. And we're just going to grab the eraser tool and just get rid of that stuff. We don't really care. All right, let's go ahead and hit play. So now we have these lines, which look a lot better. You still can't really tell what they are. Also, they're uneven because I moved the camera around there. Let's go back to the camera and let's just set that back to 0. 0, 0. What's the name? I like it at 0, 0. We'll just have to change the tile map. Anyway, ignoring that. Go ahead to the tile map. Let's go ahead and redo our bounds here. Now I think we should actually have it even. Once we're at 0, 0. Let's just test it. I don't know why I hit pause. There we go. Now they look more even. Looks a lot better than it did before. So perfect. Also, we can go ahead and change the main camera background to be like, we can go like that. What if I go, what's a good contrast with blue? Like orange, right? Yeah, I still can't really see the lines there, so maybe we want to go even thicker with that tree line, but that's something I'll kind of tinker with when I'm not recording. And just kind of go from there. But for right now, I think that works okay for our side boundaries. So let's go ahead and get out of here. We're going to go back to the collider, and it's not going to really do what I want it to do here, but we can go ahead and just do that and that. Again, it's not going to matter too much because I'm going to remake some tiles specifically for those. But now we have that, and we can dink off the side. Perfect. Yay. Okay. So the other tiles that I have prepared right now, if we go to assets, I can go do that. I wanted these to go into there, not assets. I messed up. Can I just move them there without hurting anything? I don't know. We'll see. All right, the next thing that I want to do is this, which I call conveyors. And this was annoying to make in Paint. So we're gonna go multiple, and set that at 32 again, hit apply, hit the spread editor. All right, as you can kind of see, there's some transparency at the top and bottoms. Anyway, by size, should be 32 by 32. There you go, we slice that, we hit apply. Now this is not going to be a tile map. What we're looking at here is another game object. First of all, I want to, fun fact, if you select a huge area in your tile map that has like nothing in it, then you hit the erase button, you get a larger box to erase with. That way you don't have to erase things one by one. Anyway, I wanted to erase that so I could go to prefab and then do that, and then rename this to level tile maps. Okay. So now that way I can just copy that in to any level that I want to make and have that be done there. Let's go ahead and prefab, unpack. That way that's not a prefab anymore. And we'll go ahead and just redo the walls real quick, like, just to have them there. We'll make it a little bit more sensical. There we go. All right, that's done. Cool. Now, back to what we're doing with the conveyor belt. So the conveyor belt, I wanted to move the player when they touch it, or whatever it happens to get onto it. So let's go ahead and add that up here. Conveyor belt. Okay, we'll go through the tile palette and flip off that. So we have a conveyor here. I'm going to minimize the back. We're not going to use that anymore. So conveyor belt. All right. We have our conveyor here. Let's go ahead and go to the animation and hit play. We can see it's moving, but I think we want it to move a little bit faster. What about 20? 20 is still not all that fast. What about 30? Okay, 30 is a little bit faster. What about like just 90? Okay, 90 goes pretty fast. Let's drop it down to 50, I think. 45? 40. I don't want it to be moving so fast that it kind of just is blurred. I want it to be moving fast enough that you know, oh hey, it's like a conveyor belt, right? I think 30 is a good number for it. So we'll go to that. And honestly, that's all we have to do for that one. Make that like that. Let's go ahead and add a collider, a box collider, but we want to set this to be is trigger. Also, can I just like take a second and hit, I forget which button is the facepalm button. There we go. All right, I'm done. Okay, back to the conveyor belt. So we want it to be set to is trigger. That way it's going to trigger if something touches the conveyor belt, right? So we're going to make that so it's nice and squared around there. As soon as you get on it, it does it. You know, I might actually make it a little bit smaller. So that way, just kind of going over it a little bit isn't going to do anything, right? So we'll do that for right now. And let's make a conveyor belt script. Go ahead and add that in there. Open up scripts, or I guess that's just in assets right now. We'll move that to scripts, and I think we're going to need a new folder called object scripts. We'll move that over into that one. Perfect. And it's going to have to reload because whenever stuff gets moved to different paths, it needs to think. And we'll go ahead and open that up. And this one's going to be a mess to deal with. Just a complete mess to deal with. Okay. Because I got to figure out how I can make it so anytime something touches the conveyor belt, it gets sent across the conveyor belt. And I've not done that before. I've not caused something to get moved by another object before. Well, that is going to be the thing. But if we, real quick, just to kind of show what's happening if we hit play with that trigger. So the trigger, even though it has a collider on it, I can still go over the trigger, right? Also, I'm moving way too fast, I think. What is it set to right now? 5? Yeah, okay, it didn't save the change to 3. I think 3 is a nice, like, pace for this, right? So as you can see, I can be on top of it, and it's not doing anything to me, which is good. So, the question is, how do I make something move when it's on the conveyor belt? Huh. Well, for now, let's just pause that. And let's open up the conveyor belt script. So let's go ahead and get rid of all this stuff. I mean, let's get rid of start. Let's bring open awake. I might need the awake. I'm not entirely sure, but let's see. What are some things we're going to need? Well, what we're going to need is a way to determine if something is touching it. So what we need to do is check if... No, we want to do... God. Trigger... On trigger, enter 2D. What this does is it says, if something enters that is 2D, I'm going to do this. Right? So that's basically how we're going to do something. So I'm just going to do debug.log entered happy face. Okay. So we did that. What's that do? Let's go to the console and let's hit play. And now when I go over the conveyor belt, it should say I entered it. Entered, entered, entered. And you have to completely go out of it with your hitbox and hit it again in order to trigger that thing. So that's what happened. All right. What does that do for us? Well, not a whole lot, because it's just going to happen once. And that's not necessarily what we want to do. We need to somehow manipulate whatever's touching it. We need to manipulate the rigid body to change the vector. So what is the movement vector? The movement vector is the direction the player is moving, right? We select our player. Where's the movement vector? I'm gonna filter out this hide and inspector thing for a moment. And then if we hit save there, it should show... Right there. There's our movement vector. Okay. So I'll select our character. I just want to see what happens when I'm moving to the movement vector. So... because our speed is 3, our movement vector changes by a factor of 3. We're going up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right. So I think we need to do two things, basically. Oh, shit. I use the numpad so much. Yeah, so I hit the minus key on the numpad, which is my key to stop recording, which ended up ending the recording for the YouTube video about 27 minutes in, which means we just lost a lot of footage for that. Actually, I think I can just download a Twitch stream. So I might not worry about that. Actually, I'll just go ahead and delete those 2 videos for now. All right, cool. So we'll just set aside the fact that that happened. And actually, let's go ahead. Before I trigger a bunch more things, I want to remove the hotkeys for that. Okay, cool. Now I won't accidentally start or stop recording if I happen to press plus or minus, which is going to happen a lot in the future as we do math in the game. So let me just hit that again. And we'll kind of talk through the logic of what's going to happen with the conveyor belt. So when our player hits the conveyor belt, we need to check what the thing is so we can get its rigid body, right? So that is over here in the conveyor belt. So if we do collision.gameObject. Let's actually do, hold on. Well, yes. That would work. Okay. Yes. Okay, so what we'll do, we want to do, let me just remove this for a second. Rigid body 2D equals collision.gameObject.getComponent rigid body 2D. We need to name this something, so RG body. Okay, so what this does, let me explain. It takes this collider object, which is the collision object is whatever object collided that triggered the on trigger enter. Happened here, right? So if it goes into here, it will trigger this, right? And then it'll assign whatever rigid body collided with it to be this rigid body here. Then what we want to do is we want to figure out what factor we want to move or change the speed by, right? However, we need to determine what direction the conveyor belt is going, because I want to at some point have multiple conveyor belts to do different things. So we need to make a serialized field, and we need to make it bool is up. Oops, that's too many. We'll do is up, is down, is left, is right. Okay. Although another easier way to do that would be to make it a string and then just search whether or not it's left, right, down, or up rather than doing a Boolean kind of thing, but this is fine. Oh. We ran out of songs. Let's try that again. All right. So, serialized field, by the way, is basically what these things are here, where I can manipulate them from the inspector. They're just kind of things like that. So, that's all that is. And then I can go ahead and hide these in the inspector again as well. I don't really need to know all of this stuff. That's fine. Okay. So, what we want to do. In fact, I think I can remove all of this. I don't think I need those. We want to do private void on trigger exit 2D. And we want to do the same thing where we grab whatever the rigid body is. And we want to, if we look how the rigid body is manipulated here, we do the rigid body dot velocity equals the movement vector. Right. So we need to copy this, and we need to, I'm just going to add that here for right now, and we're going to change the RG body that, but we don't have a movement vector, which is what we need. So we're going to add vector 3 movement vector equals new vector 3. Okay, and we'll make that a private one, so that way it's not manipulated by outside fields. All right, but it's empty. There's nothing there, right? So we need to see, first of all, I'm thinking for the future, This will cause an error if the game object that collides does not have a rigid body. However, the only things that should be colliding are things that have rigid body, so we don't need to worry about that. We don't have to have a question there. What we do need to do, however, is we need to get another serialized field, because why not? And we want to do int. No, let's do a float. Force. Right. So the force value is what we're going to use to determine what we're going to move it by, right? So that'll be the plan here. Let me see. I'm still kind of thinking. Okay. I think I got it. So we want to do a switch. No, we can't do that. I would have to do an if statement. You know what? Yeah. Let's do this. That way, we'll be able to just do this easier. So we'll switch with direction. We'll do case. Hey, thanks for the follow. Ryle? All right, so the case is going to be up. And then we'll just copy this a couple of times. Down, left, right. Okay. So what a switch case thing like this does is it'll take this value, direction, into direction. And then we have a list of cases that this is basically saying this is all that the direction can possibly be. And it's going to check each one, and whichever one it turns out to be, it'll execute whatever code is in here. And this break statement, it goes ahead and sends you down to the bottom after that code executes. So if I do like debug.log hello, and if I do that and the direction is up, it'll say hello in the debug log, and then it'll break out of this switch statement, right? It's actually not that hard of a name to pronounce, so I mean, it's like Kyle, but with a RH, like rye bread, kind of. Anyway, so what I want to do here is we need to manipulate the movement vector in order to get a movement vector down here. So if the player is moving up, they'll be moving at, like, I think it's 0, it's something 3. So we're not going to change their left or right movement. We just want to change the one direction that the conveyor belt's moving movement. So I think, let us do that. So it's going to be movement vector equals, actually, how do I do this? Because if I change the movement vector of the object that is touching while they're moving, player move is just going to reset the movement vector every update. That is curious. Unless I add a new vector 3. Call it. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so we'll do public vector 3 convey your change equals vector 3 0 0 0. We have to do new in front of that. There we go. All right. Yeah, what's your question? All right. And then what we do from there, can you just add vectors together? Maybe you can. We'll see. We'll have to test it. Did I say conveyor change with capital up here? I guess I did. All right. So by default, conveyor change should be equal to 0 0 0. I'm using hide inspector because sometimes I want to see them, sometimes I don't. For like debugging reasons, basically. I mean, I could just easily go to private, public if I wanted to, but Also, I might want to change them at some point in the future as well. So, like, I think in my previous game that I made, there was a reason to do that with the last horizontal vector, because it would depend upon which way it was facing. And I had an issue where after a battle it would be facing the wrong way. Yeah. Because like if I don't know. It's fine. It's fine the way it is. So this movement vector, I think, I'm still really like learning all of this stuff anyway, but I think if it works, it works, and it doesn't cause any issues. So well, I'm going with it. Yeah, I'm still learning Unity too. I've only been going for about a year now, but I think hide and inspector just means that it just doesn't show up in this area. Like I could use serialized field for some of this stuff as well, but serialized fields mean it 100% shows up in here, and I would see it. But having it be hide and inspector means it just doesn't show up, and then public means I can access it from other like code and whatnot, right? And if it was private, I wouldn't be able to access it from other areas of code, essentially. That's what that means. So what I want to do here is if we're moving up, that's going to change the y vector to be 0, 4, 0. I think I can just do that. All right. And then down would be -4. Is that what I want? No. I think I can make it 2. I think with what I'm doing now, I can make it just be 2. Yeah. And then with these, we gotta switch this to 2. Left is -2. And then right is 2. So we do that. And then we don't want to do that anymore, actually. We want to do player move, do PM equals collision.gameObject, okay, component, player move. Right. We can do PM down here. Just PM dot conveyor change, right? So that'll change the conveyor change value in PM to that. Yes. I think that's all I need to do here. And I just basically need to do the opposite. Well, actually, I don't need to do the opposite. I just need to do, when I'm leaving, we want to set movement vector equals new vector 3, 0, 0, 0. And do that. So basically what this does is when you enter the collision, it's going to figure out if you're going up, left, down, or right on the conveyor belt, and it's going to change the movement vector that we have here to one of these values, and then it's going to change the... No, I can't use player move because I'm also going to want to move blocks and stuff as well. I could, I guess, search to see what tag the game object has. And then if it is a player, I could do that. Yeah. That's what we want to do. Okay, I'll implement that in a second after I make sure it works. So, we get the player move object, which is basically this script that it's moving on. And then we determine what it's moving. And then we change the conveyor change, which we can then get added over to here. And when we leave, we change that back to 0, 0, so it does not impact the character, I think. Let's see how this works now. So conveyor belt, direction, it's going right. And force, oh, right. Also, I forgot to change that 4 to a 0. Good catch. Okay. So we'll save this. Then we can wait for this to load here. And then we'll change this to be a force of 2, just to test out and see what happens. All right, so let's hit play. Now if I get on this, yep, you see how it kind of zipped me over? Oop. Cool. And if I try to fight it, it makes me, if I go to slime character, all right, I hid those things. Because I'm smart. Let's go back over here, and I'm gonna remove the inspector from the, or hide an inspector from the vertical, horizontal movement vector stuff, yada yada. And now, if I come over here, we can see that, actually I guess it doesn't show because it's the rigid body that would be getting changed, right? Does the rigid body show that stuff? Oh, it does. It shows the velocity there. Okay. Now if I get on it, okay, we can see that it's, instead of 3, it goes from 2 to -1. Perfect. So you can kind of go off the conveyor belt, but it just kind of slows you down. Excellent. Okay. Exactly what I wanted. So let's go back. I'm going to add back the hide an inspector here. That was one conveyor belt. I'm going to real quick remove the direction. And in my prefab area, I'm going to copy this conveyor belt down. Excellent. Okay. So let's make an infinite conveyor belt now. So we'll copy this conveyor belt. And we're going to move this one up to here. Well, let's actually get them centered on the aisles so it's easier to do this. All right, and this one we're going to rotate. The rotation is weird. I can just do it up here. I forgot. I'm smart. Okay. 180 degrees. Rotated. Move. Get it in the tile here. Copy it again. Paste it again. Gonna move it up here. And then do another one over to here. Okay. And is this one gonna be 90? Yes. And then this one over here is gonna be 270? Yeah, okay, perfect. So this one goes right. This one goes left. This one goes down, and this one goes up. The question is, will I be able to go around in circles or not? See how it all interacts. Hold on. It kind of works, but kind of doesn't. I think it's because it's still very much having issues with me entering sphere. Well, it should work, right? So if I go over here, oh, it's because my hitbox is hitting like multiple of these at the same time. So if I start from down below, there we go. So, okay. I see, okay. What I should do is move these a little bit so they're not all hitting each other right away. At least the corner ones shouldn't be touching. So let's try it like this. This is good to note anyway, just for future levels if I wanted to. And then I'll grab the original one and do that. So now I should be able to just get on them and ride them around in a circle. Okay, so yeah, once it tries to enter and leave at the same time, I'm getting screwed because it is right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because at the same time, if we look at the thing here, because both of these are happening at the same time when I'm trying to enter and leave, from even if they're going the same direction, which means they're kind of canceling each other out, which is unfortunate. Okay. So what if I add, if I add a Boolean to player move, say public bool being moved equals false, right? And then what we want to do is when you enter, I guess when we enter, we don't want to do anything. I was thinking, but if we throw being moved on exit, and we don't do that if it's being moved, then it would cause some issues. Let's see. Curious. But how would I make it work? I mean, I suppose I could just, rather than having this happen, quite curious. I mean, I could just remove the exit, right? And then I wouldn't have to worry about this going on. But as soon as I leave, it would still affect me, which is not great. That is the question. Let's see. Man, this is a good thinker right off the bat. I suppose I could do... So... if I were to add another variable that stores the previous game object that affected the movement. So let's go back over to here. So let's say we start at this one, right? Start at conveyor belt number 1, which I guess would be this one. So we start at conveyor belt 1, and when we go over this one, we say to the slime character, okay, you are now being moved. It's a true or false thing, right? And we also store this game object into the player moves memory. So we know that, okay, that one is now leaving, right? And no, that wouldn't work either. Because even if I did do that, and I was like, okay, let's check now, is the previous one the one that affected us the first time? If it is, just do the previous thing, that wouldn't do anything. Because it's always setting it to 0, which I think is the issue. So, I got it. So easy. Okay. We don't need being moved. All we need to do is just copy this and remove this. So we'll copy this. The easiest solution that like stares you in the face that ends up being what you need. So if it's up, we just want to go negative force. If it's down, we want to go positive force. Just basically switch all these to negative, so it just undoes what it did there, right? And that's how you do it. Okay, so let's move this over here, and let's give this a try. Oh. Right, because I don't actually get fully off that yet, do I? Okay. So that is another issue. That is another issue. Okay. So, ideas. I can make the conveyor belt hitbox smaller so that it doesn't trigger right away. Because it's just constantly moving me. It's constantly switching between these guns. I'm constantly moving in and out of the hitbox on these guys. I mean, can I force myself along? I can. But I just kind of get stuck in the... He's right, hold on. Oh, he's on left. Yeah. I'm just getting stuck between them, which is not great. Okay, so... Oh. What happened there? Where am I at now? I'm apparently stuck at going up. How did I get stuck going up? I guess one of these didn't go off. Okay, this is just awful. Okay, so that didn't work. I mean, in theory it would work, but it's because they keep triggering as I'm getting pushed back and forth that it is happening. Right? Actually, why is that happening? Hold on. Right? Right. Up, down, left, up, right, up, down. I copied them right, so it doesn't matter. It shouldn't be happening, right? Because I am... I'm in this one, right? Nothing happens, nothing happens. I touch that one. It should further increase the velocity at which I'm going. So I should go whoop, and then I leave that one, which should then decrease my velocity by 2. Actually, hold on. All of them have a velocity of 2, right? Yeah, okay. And I go further. Oop, not that one. Then I move further. And then I hit this one, which starts moving me up this way. Until I hit here, then I leave that one. And then that one changes the velocity to be minus. But why? Why is it not working right? Conveyor change. I just need to figure out a way to get these to work without causing issues. I could just use on trigger stay 2D, which means when it's colliding, you do that. But then I couldn't undo it. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I will be right back. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think of different ways to do this. So, rather than doing this, I could do a on trigger enter 2D that just passes through left, right, down, or up to the player move through a public method that then changes conveyor change itself, but I don't think that would help me. Actually, it might be because of this else script. No, because that's just player allowed to move. That doesn't matter. Okay. So... This is a real thinker, ain't it? We go through all this to determine the left-right movement. Where does... So the conveyor change only affects the velocity here. It doesn't affect anything else. So if I'm left at 0, should you be doing its thing? But... Oh, right. That might be the cause. Hold on. That is the cause. Plus equals. Plus equals. Now let's watch it work. Like, so if this works, I'll explain why it works. If it doesn't work, I'll cry. But yep. It works. Ah, boy. Okay. But I still think that once we get off here, if we go through it again, the little like skips that we're seeing when I'm under constant, like multiple of them are going on at the same time, I don't think that is great. So what I might do is, let's open this up. Let's make it so this area is smaller. And let's just see how that works. So the hitbox is smaller now for the trigger of it. Okay. I was trying to get it to where, like, I don't do that, like, skipping motion you see right there. You know? But anyway, let me explain why this works now. So, previously, what was happening is I was just changing the conveyor change vector to this new movement vector, right? So that would mean when I go through this and I add this, it would be, 0, 2, 0, whatever. And then when I was removing 0, 2, 0, I was changing it to 0, negative 2, 0 instead. Which would make it negative 2, 0. So it was trying to go backwards after I exited, which would then cause me to go back into the enter. So it was just looping between these two essentially. Because as I was going into this one, or as I was exiting this one, it was pulling me back, going into this one, which would then change it to go forward, which would then cause me to exit immediately, and then enter this one, and then exit this one. Just back and forth. But adding the plus means that I'm adding these values instead of taking them away, or just changing them immediately, right? So I'm adding 0, 2, 0, and 0, negative 2, 0, which gives me 0, 0, 0 if I do that, right? But if I have two conveyor belts, and I'm adding 0, 2, 0, and 0, 2, 0, that's going to be 0, 4, 0, but I'm going to exit the second one, so that's going to go to 0, 2, 0 again, right? After this one happens, right? And I could add a check in here that goes, yeah, oh, that's perfect. That would work excellently. What we're going to do is we're going to go if movement vector dot y is greater than force, we want to change movement vector dot y to equal force. And so what this does is if this one goes like up to 2, for example, or 4 or whatever, would that work? And now I'm thinking, yeah. because that wouldn't matter. Because it's not actually changing this value, so it is, yeah, it doesn't matter. Although, that might do it. Yeah, okay. That's what we need to do. We need to do PM dot change a conveyor change dot force. Okay, so basically, since we have multiple conveyor belts that we're trying to deal with, what's going to happen is conveyor belt A comes through here, checks if or it goes and adds 2 to the force, right? But if we have, say, already gone through a conveyor belt, it's going to check and say, oh, the force is already currently higher than what it previously was. We do not want to do that. We do not want to add to have 4 force. So what we want to do is we just want to make the movement vector equal 0. That way it's not going to change. It's gonna stay at 2, right? Okay. Same thing for all of these. If it's less than, I think that's how we want that one to go. I can copy this one to that, change that to X, this to X, and this could just be like completely wrong and I'm just messing everything up, but we'll check. That's what these are all about. Okay. Change that to dot X, change this one to dot X, and you've got that. Excellent. Okay. So in theory, what this does, goes through the first time, doesn't care about the if statement. So force is going to be 0, 2, 0, right? For the movement vector. However, when we enter a new one, it's going to see that if we add, actually I wouldn't do anything right now because it's whatever. We should check if it's equal to force, not, I guess, greater than or equal to, right? So that's what we want to do. Because we don't want to add another 2 if it's already at 2, right? And for this, we want to check if PM dot conveyor change dot Y equals 0. Wait, does not equal 0. We want to do this. Because if it's already 0, we don't want to change to lower, right? Right. Okay. So then we do if pm.conveyor change dot y not equals 0. We just do the same thing again. And then for left-right movement, we do if pm.conveyor change dot x does not equal 0. Easy peasy, lemony squeezy. If pm dot conveyor change dot x does not equal 0. Okay, perfect. So this, in theory, should work. Let's try it now. And in fact, we can go back here And we can go ahead and edit these to once again be the proper size they once were. Because now we don't care about the hitboxes. Alright. Let's hit play. See what happens. Oh man. That was almost perfect. But why do I stop there? Let's check. So it stopped right as I... Well, maybe because it's... Well, no. I'm thinking... It gets done with the first one, and then it should be adding to the second one. Right. I'm dumb. I am dumb. Back to that same problem we had before. Okay. So it should always just be 2, right? That's the thing. It should always be 2. But I guess what we want... Well, no, because... So the issue is not with the collider being where it's at. And let me show you why. So if I go out of here and we highlight all these things. So if I move the player, so here we have conveyor belt 1. Conveyor belt 1 is actually conveyor belt 7. Let's just move that up there, just so I remember. So with conveyor belt 7 here, we know that the first hitbox is the end, right? And as the player gets closer, it triggers right now. This is when it first triggers, right when we enter. Right, we don't have to be fully in. As soon as the hitbox touches the hitbox, we're in, right? So that means as I go through here, as I hit the second conveyor belt, I'm entering the second conveyor belt here. However, I'm not leaving the first conveyor belt until I'm here. So when you go in, you just need to touch it. When you leave, you have to fully leave it. So that's why the hitboxes wouldn't matter. To make them slightly larger, the overlap, because I'm already gonna hit the first or the second one before I leave the first one. So that's what's gonna happen there as I go through. So that's not necessarily the issue. I think the issue is with my logic. Because right now the movement vector, if we say from this, yep, that's how it works. It's been the bane of my existence for some things when I've been messing with them in some other games. But when we enter, we're setting the movement vector here, right? However, if the movement vector is 0, we would be changing the movement vector, which means that the movement vector would be what it was previously. So I think here, regardless what we want to do, we want to do movement vector equals vector 3.0, just to give it nothing to begin with. I don't think that's going to help this particular thing, but it is something we need. So let's just try it. Probably won't work. Yeah, probably didn't work. Okay. Because What is happening? So, let's just go through our logic here, right? So slime character right now, my velocity is 0. Because I went through the first conveyor belt, and we went ahead and added this in. Oh. Yeah, I'm dumb. Right? Am I dumb? Hold on. I'm looking at the up one, but I need to be looking at the left one. So first we add 2, right? And that's the first conveyor belt. And then nothing happens down here yet, but the second one comes down. And as the second one goes through, it's going to hit this. It's going to say the movement vector is now going to be equal to 2. And then it's going to say, yeah, right. So it's going to check this and say, hey, is the conveyor change.x equal to or greater than force, which it is. Then it's going to say movement vector x is going to be equal to 0. So it's going to add 0 to the conveyor change, which is going to make it 0. And then when we finally leave the first one, it's going to check this. So it's going to be is conveyor change x equal to or less than to 0? And it's going to say no. So it's going to come into here, or that's going to be true. So it's going to say movement vector is then going to be negative 0. Right, okay. So maybe right. Well, I do need this one here. So these are fine. I think the issue is up here. Because I'm doing this, it's not able to remove the 2 without causing issues. Makes sense. Yeah. Because essentially I'm adding 2 twice, but I'm only saying add it once, and then it's going through here. So I need some way to check if another conveyor belt is going to happen, which would be this, right? Except that never happens twice. It's only going to happen once. I could make it really complicated, but I don't think I want to do that. All right, real quick. I mean, I could do a debug, but I'm going to go to the bathroom quick, so enjoy the music, and then let's think about this and come back to it with a fresh mind. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so it's as you were saying, it's not about the second trigger not firing because the first one's still active, because it doesn't matter if it's active or not, because the on trigger enter 2D, it just triggers once. So there's no like active of it. So it's going to go through this code once and then it's done. There's no way to know if it's still active or not. It just kind of sits there. So the problem is I don't have the logic for it to know that there's going to be multiple conveyor belts going on. So what I need to do is add a new vector 3. Okay. Too many of those. So, with this, what we will do is, in addition to changing this here, we're going to do pm.total conveyor change plus equals movement vector. Okay? And so, let's see. No, we don't want to do that here. We're going to leave that out there. But in here, we're going to change the total vector, right? So what's going to happen is the total conveyor change vector is going to store the sum total of the changes that have been made. So the first time it goes through, it's going to have 0, 2, 0. The second time it goes through, it's going to have 0, 4, 0, right? And that's what we're going to look to change. Let's go ahead and add this to the other bits as well. Okay. Very simple there. The harder part comes here. So, first we of course want to check if the conveyor change is 0, because if it's 0, we don't want to change anything, right? The next change comes at here. So, we don't want to do this. I don't think. No, let me leave that for now. Let's go through this logic. So, we need to at some point use this. Probably like that, right? And so I'll actually just go ahead and add this to all of these, because that's what should happen. And actually, I don't think I even need to check this right now. This just always needs to happen, regardless of what occurs. Okay? Because we always need to check and take down the total conveyor change vector, or else it's never going to be 0, 0, 0 again. And then what we need to do is manipulate the conveyor change, which actually is what changes stuff. So, if conveyor change y does not equal 0, we want to, let's see here. I set movement vector to be 0. And then goes through here. And if that value is already 0, or if it's not 0, we want to do this. Wait, no, shouldn't this still be plus? Yeah, this should still be plus. Because I actually did swap all of the things around. Everything should just be plus. There should be no minuses. All right. So we do that. Or should that be force right there? Alrighty, good luck. So let's see here. So the logic is we get the -2, and then we put that into the total conveyor change, which will change that down. And so, right, so that doesn't matter unless that equals 0, 0, 0. Okay, I got it. So we can just remove all this and do if PM dot total conveyor change equals vector 3, 0, 0, 0. Is that too many? I don't remember. I have used that. What? Do I just need to remove that? I guess I can do vector 3 dot 0. That would work, yeah. Okay. That's what I need to do, I think. So, if total conveyor change is 0, 0, 0, we want the PM dot conveyor change to also equal vector dot 0, and only when it equals vector dot 0. Which honestly, if it's going to be the same exact test every single time, I can just remove this and add it down here. Right? In fact, I don't even need the PM ones there. I can just do that. Because regardless, they should go through that, right? Yes, yes, okay. Which means I don't need this vector 0, 1 up there. Okay. Let's remove the other PMs here, since we can just do that in one little area down here rather than having each one have its own thing. Brilliant. Okay, so now, assuming I'm actually a fucking genius, this should work. Oh, perfect. Although, we did kind of get swept off to the side there. Because when it hits a corner, right? Well, oh, okay. Not as good as I thought. Almost had it. I just did not account for corners, which is what matters. So, what we need to do, so all this stuff should be fine. However, here, when we're removing stuff, I do need to have something else. So, what we need to do is if... Oh, actually, I do need this one up here. Hate to see it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so if PM dot total conveyor change dot, what are we doing here? Is this the Y? Yeah, I wasn't getting the thing to 0. So if I was moving right and I switched to up, it was never getting that like last 2. So it wasn't setting this, it wasn't hitting this thing basically is what was happening. So how do I want to do this? Basically, I need to check if the X value does not equal 0 and actually I think that's all, right? Yeah. I think I just need to do this. And then we want to do pm.conveyor change plus equals movement vector. Why does it keep saying tab to remove? Get out of here. Okay. So what'll happen now is essentially when we're doing corners, let's say we have right being 2, 0, 0. We then hit up, which is 0, 2, 0. We would then have, if I open up a notepad just to kind of keep track of all this stuff, we would then have 2, 2, 0 for our array, right? And then as we go down through here, when we try to stop going up, we would then be passing the -2 in, which should be giving us a 2, 0, 0 array. However, it wasn't doing that because it was only checking for this. Right, and it was not actually changing the vector properly. But now we're checking to see if the X value is not 0. We're then going to add this value, which should eliminate the extra values that are trailing on. At least that's my hope. So let's get out of that. We'll just copy this around the other things. Again, stop saying to remove, you dirty bastards. Okay. So that one is also X. This one should be Y. And then this one should also be Y. Okay, so now I think we have business. All right, let's give it a try. This is gonna be good. Play. And now I should be able to fly around in a circle without any issue. Oh, look at that baby go! Oh, perfect. The conveyor belts work! Ah, so good. So good. Although, one thing I'm seeing is that I'm kind of getting just kind of pushed in the middle. I would like to stay near the middle of them. I think what I could do is add the conveyor belt. If I just extend the length of the exit, it might work. Let's give that a try. Doesn't really work for corners. I was thinking it would give me a little bit extra, but it didn't. We'll just revert back to normal then. Okay, perfect. As long as they work how I want them to work, the specifics of them doing corners like that, it doesn't matter too badly. I guess I could make them narrower a little bit. We could try that one. That wouldn't hurt us too much. And we're just giving a little extra push, yeah. I'm a little more centered, I think. Hold on, is it actually like changing these, or am I like... Okay, it is changing them. Wanted to make sure. Maybe a little bit further. Let's give it a try. Need to like air. Okay. Yeah, I still think I do get stuck in like the inner loop. I want it to go like more centered, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, I'll just leave it how it was. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Although I might bring it just in a little bit. Just a little. That way when the slime, just touches it with the top of his head, he's not gonna start getting moved, like if I go like here. Yeah, you see how like, because the hitbox of the slime goes up a little bit. Once I'm like right there. Yeah. Maybe it would be worth actually making the hitbox for these a little bit further in than normal. At least that way it looks nicer when it goes from the bottom or like the top and stuff. So if we go from here, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, okay. That'll work. It's better. It's better. Okay, cool. Conveyor belts. They work for the slime. They don't work for other things, which is going to be our issue. So I'm not going to be using player move specifically for the stuff. Specifically for like other objects. Like I want to have a block that you can push around, right? But that's not going to be here, right? So it's not going to use player move because the block's not going to move. Because if it did, then that would also become the player and also move when you move, which actually could be a very useful element. But we need to make this generic, or at least generic for other items, essentially. Which means we're going to need another script. So let's remove that, go into our scripts, object scripts, and we're just going to create a movable block script. And what I can do is with my assets, I can just grab this block, 0.8. 0.8. Make it a little smaller so it's not taking up the whole thing. Movable block. This is just going to be a test thing. It's not going to be a specific thing that is going to stay around. I just want to test it with this. I'll make an actual proper block that we can move later. But for now, that's what it's going to be. We also need to add a rigid body to D to it. It's going to need to be dynamic. Does it need to be dynamic? I think it does. No gravity, no Z rotation, continuous collision detection. Everything else is fine. Yeah, I think that'll work. Might have to tweak the mass. I've not done anything that moves other things yet, so we'll have to see what that does. All right, anyway, I'm gonna adjust these blocks and stuff around so I can have that be there. Line is gonna be right over here. We also need to add a box collider to the box, which works. All right. Okay, so we have our box, we have our character, everything should be peachy keen. So now what we need to do is, we need to bring open the movable block. Okay. So, none of this matters. All that I really need to add is a couple of variables like these. I think I will need to use the rigid body 2D. Ugh. And then on awake, we'll do that. We don't need the animator script here, but we might need a movement vector, I guess. This one I'll just make private because it doesn't matter, because it shouldn't change much. All right, so we got all that. And then I think I do need to have the update function here for the movable block, because otherwise how is it going to move, right? Okay, so we don't need the animator stuff. We don't need is moving. I don't need the last vectors. I also don't need to check if it's able to move. But maybe I add public bool is moveable equals true. If is moveable equals true, we're gonna do this. Okay. So again, I don't think the movement vector matters. We're just gonna remove this. Okay. So this is the basic, thing that we do, right? Guess I don't need a movement vector. Maybe I do. Okay. So I guess I could just change this to equal new vector 3, 0, 0, 0. And then get rid of that just to get rid of redundancy. Okay. So essentially, it's going to change the velocity depending upon the conveyor belt and stuff. And I need to make it so it can collide with the player. Because the conveyor change, easy, simple. But the movement vector, I think, is going to be what the player pushes upon. So I think is there a way without using a trigger? 2D? No. Let's see. On collision, stay 2D? Because it's not a trigger, it's just a collision. Let's try this. Debug.log. Collided, smile. So let's just see if the player runs into the cube if I get that debug message. Think. Oh, it did work. And wow, I can actually move the cube. Okay. Why is the cube not moving now? Oh, I know the cube's not moving now. Because there's no logic in the freaking conveyor belt for the cube. So wait, do I not need that at all? Do I not need to check to see if there's a collision? I can just move it because it has a rigid body. That's gonna make things so much easier. Oh my god. I can just freaking move the block. Oh my god. I was expecting to like work as hard to move this block as I was working to work the conveyor belts. But no, it just works thanks to rigid bodies. Oh my god. That is so lovely. Okay, cool. Let's get out of here. So I can just replace the sprite at any time for this. So I should do new tag, movable block. Also, let's add a tag called player. Oops. Player. Oh, there's already a tag called player, isn't there? I'm smart. All right, prefabs. Open up this player so I can tag it with player. Excellent. Does main camera already have the main camera tag? Excellent. That one has that. All right. And movable block now has the movable block tag. Finger guns. Because what we can do later with the movable block tag is I can have like a pressure plate checking for a collision if the movable block touches it. And then I can just check for the tag on collision. And that's great. So, really great. Excellent. Okay. So now I just need to figure out the logic to get the other stuff going. So I don't need the movement vector over here. So I don't need the movement vector for this at all. All I need is the conveyor vector, which is great. Okay, so let's save that. So now, what we need to do is I think if I do string object equals collision dot game object dot tag, I can do that, and then we want to go into a switch for object, case being player, or case being movable object. Those are the two things that we want to be able to move. Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to do that, aren't I? How often do I stream? I don't know. I just recently started back up streaming, so it kind of depends upon however I feel like it. Whenever I'm working on this game, basically, is when I'm going to stream. I usually don't work on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, and then the rest of it depends upon how I feel for Monday through Thursday. Because I'm also going to try to work on not just this game, but making one of my older games better. So I might do that off stream because it's already a game that's been made, right? But I figured seeing like just from scratch, making a new game would be kind of interesting. So I'm gonna do. And if you do miss something, I'm just gonna upload these VODs to YouTube as well. So I think my YouTube is still in the comments or the thing of my Twitch somewhere. If not, I'll add it later. I've forgotten. Anyway, So I could do this, but I think what we're going to have to do is just copy all of this into here. We're going to have to make 2 of these, essentially. And then instead of player move, it's going to be movable block MB. And we're going to search for movable block. And we're going to switch these to MB, MB, MB. You know, I can just like Control F and then PM, MB. Replace. Finger guns. All right, cool. That one's done. So that should be the input finished. And then for the rest of the trigger, we just want to do the same thing. So we want to do a, let me just go back up here. String object, and then switch object. Right, gotta use the parentheses there. Case, player, break, case, movable object, break. Excellent. And then we're just gonna slide this into everything. Cut all that and paste it into there. Excellent. And then we'll do the same thing to the movable object area, except change these. Okay, and then we just do the same thing here. So MB, Control F, PM, switch it to MB, and go boop, 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 boop. Done. All right. So now, if I push the block onto the conveyor belt, we should have the block just move around. Let's go ahead and get it started, and why is it not working? What did I forget to do? No errors in the console. Slime, what do you have that the other guy does not? Nothing. What did I mess up? Oh, it's called movable block. Okay. Well, you gotta remember what your name stuff. So instead of movable object, movable block being the tag would really help. That's why it's MB and not MO. Ugh, dumb. Okay. Now it'll work. I was just searching for the wrong text. Here we go. And there it goes. Going around the conveyor belts. Hey. Oh, that's so perfect. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. 3 really big things. We're finished. We got the player able to move and push blocks. We got the block itself able to move. We got conveyor belts working, which took us, I think, the majority of the time here. And yeah. Excellent. Okay. So let's see. Okay, we can stop that now. Let's go ahead and move the movable block into our prefabs. Very simple to change the sprite as well. You just gotta go to this sprite renderer, and I can just hit delete right there, and then just drag a new sprite over here, and that's that. I'll make a new special movable block so it's not the same as the walls. So my plan is I'm gonna have like a different difficulty tier, like level areas, right? Like I'm gonna have like 5 levels that have like 10 maps each or something, for example. Then each like level's walls are gonna be different colors. So it's gonna start blue for easy, then the walls are gonna change to like, I don't know, green for the next tier, and then red or whatever, you know, as it goes. Just to kind of make the levels not monotonous. It's not gonna be anything that's like graphically amazing, but I think it'll just be neat to have some little simple things. So the other things I want to add are levers to like turn on and off doors, and then like doors themselves and whatnot. I plan to have at some point, a little slime that's like red that chases you around, and if it touches you, you got to restart the level. So you have to kind of like keep moving as you're thinking out the puzzle and doing stuff, and you have to stay away from the slime. Yeah, kind of like Baba Is You or You stuff. Baba Is You is a whole other thing. I don't want to like rip that off, but I want to have like, rather than you being able to like manipulate the game and whatnot, it's like more of a puzzle kind of thing, right? You're in a kind of like a puzzle room. Essentially, the premise is there's like this this scientist who captures slime to test out their intelligence, and you're one of the slimes that was captured, and he's testing your intelligence. So you go through his various puzzles to like engage your intelligence. That's kind of the premise for the game, anyway. But right now we're just in the testing phases of figuring out how stuff works and getting all the elements to work and whatnot, and testing them out. So good stuff. One thing I do need to test, though, let's go ahead and remove the other conveyor belts. I want to make sure the block stops. That'll be important. Maybe. He decides to. There we go. So I'm just going to push this block, and it stops. Perfect. Oh, that was so great. And if I follow up behind it, I should be able to push a little bit further. Excellent. Very, very great. Man, I cannot tell you how happy I am that the block just moves when you touch it. Because if it did not, I was going to be in trouble. I was like, going to be like, okay, how the hell do I move this block now? Obviously, it's like if touching, then I would have to like do kind of what I'm doing with the conveyor belts, where I change velocity if the player's touching it or something like that. I'm doing a whole thing. But yeah, these are all the assets I have right now in terms of like the puzzle mechanics and levers and stuff. So I will have to make new levers and doorways and stuff that kind of match the world. Instead of like paying someone to do it, I figured I would just do it myself and kind of make it as best I can. That way the stuff kind of matches. I mean, I could just have someone do all the backgrounds, but then I have to pay someone. I'm already not making money off games as it is, but still. All right, so now that we got the basic mechanics down, I could start on like the dialogue that's going to be popping up as it goes through, like the narrator or the scientist who captured the slime talking about stuff. So the question is how to do that. In my previous game, I used triggers to trigger dialogue, and then they would just kind of go as things were happening. But I can't do that if the camera doesn't move. Because, I mean, I could, like, of course, like, have, like, triggers around this area as he moves around and does puzzles, but I think that would limit various things, right? I kind of just want, whenever you start a level, like, the dialogue to start going. So I might just have to add, like, to the level itself, a thing, potentially. Let's make a script first. Let's create a new folder for dialogue related. I don't know how many scripts I'm going to be making for it. Hopefully just one. We'll see. So let's make a start talking, or just, I guess, let's call it auto talking. I don't want to have the character do anything to progress the speech. I just want it to start talking and let the player move as they're going around. That way the player doesn't have to get stopped and like interrupted. They can just speed run through it, right? Let's open up that script. And basically, how do I want to do this? I think I want to do on awake. It'll start. And then let me open up my previous things here. Dialogue related. So I think let's just open up normal dialogue. This is the dialogue script I used for my previous game. I'm Just a Slime, which was an RPG, so it would like stop you and you would talk and go through stuff. So there's a lot of stuff here. Basically, what I wanted to collect without having to remember how to do it is this. The serialized field, text area, private list strings, yada yada. Basically, what I can do with this is if I hit save, let me go out here. I'm just gonna add the auto talking. This guy real quick. Actually, you know what? Let's add it to GM. That way there's less stuff in this panel here. All right, so we have auto talking. Now, if I hit this, I can add like 10 boxes, and this will be the text boxes, so I can say hello and like welcome to stuff like that, and then it'll progress through those. So it's like a list of strings that'll be displayed. Okay. I'm gonna remove this now. Okay. Now we know how that works. I just forgot what the syntax for the text area was, so I had to like bring that up real quick. We're also going to want to use our Text Mesh Pro stuff, which I think I had to do something specific in order to get that stuff working previously. We'll see though. But anyway, we'll go ahead and copy over that stuff. So we got the Text Mesh Pro, and we want also a game to have a text box come up for him to talk. All right. Anything else that I need from here? Not really. Okay. But what we will do is we want the talk counter. That way we know how many we've initialized through. And I think that's everything that we need. And I could reference this for how I did the talking stuff, but yeah. Okay. So what we want to do is do I want to do anything in the awake? What do I do in the awake here? I just find different stuff. So I don't think I need that. Unless I want to use that to start up the thing. Which I could. Do I have a coroutine anywhere? Yeah, right there. Perfect. There's the coroutine. I always forget how to write coroutines, and they get away from me. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay. So let's rename this to, oops, why did it grab that? Start talking. So we'll start talking 1 second after the level loads, or you know what, give it 2 seconds, right? And after that, we want to do text, or I guess we want to do dialogue.text equals message 0. And then we want to do text box dot set active equals true to set the text box active to where the person can start talking. Okay. And then on awake, we want to do is it start coroutine? Yeah, start coroutine. Start talking. Bam. Like that. And then once they finish that, I guess I can add a private bool is talking equals false. And then when we switch that stuff, it can then go to is talking equals true. And what do we want to do from there? So we start the talking. I guess then, so we need some sort of timer because I want it to automatically progress through the lines. Also, I don't think I need this anymore. No, I shouldn't. Okay. So, I think I might actually need an update. Yeah, probably. Okay. So on awake, we're going to do that. And then in the update, we want to do if is talking equals true, we'll do the next stuff. Which I guess I could just do something like private void talk, and then just do that. That way, how this works is when the script first starts, we're going to have start talking, wait 2 seconds, queue up the first dialogue message, set the text box to true so you can see it, and then set is talking to true. Then what's going to happen is update is going to say if it's true, it's going to go into talk, and then in talk, what we want to do is what we want to do is go if message.count is greater than talk counter, which means if we have more messages than we have amount of messages. So like if we have 5 messages, for example, talk counter is going to start at 0. And then you should probably do talk counter plus plus there. Well, so that one goes up from there. The talk counter is going to be 5. Talk counter here, when it hits, is going to be 1. It starts at 0, but we added 1 here. And then it's going to go through. And we're going to add another thing here. Don't worry about that yet. Talk counter is going to increment. And it's going to go to 2 now. And since this 5 is still lower than 2, it's going to go until we have 5, 5. Which is what we want, because if it's equal to, talk counter would be 5. And it would try to do something we don't want it to do. Right, so anyway, what we'll do in talk is we will set dialogue.text equals to message.talkCounter. So essentially it's going to take the message at index talk counter and set that equal to the text that we're going to display. So if, for example, the thing has 2 lines of text, right? If it's 0 and 1 for the message, it's going to do 0 here, and it's going to go through talk
counter is going to be 1, and it's going to do message at index 1 is then the dialog.text, and then it's going to go plus plus to the talk counter, and then talk counter is going to be greater than the count because talk counter is then going to be, or it's going to be equal to because talk counter is going to be 2. That's how it's going to work. All right, cool. And then we do that. Excellent. So if talk counter is equal to or greater than, which means that there's nothing left to check, there's nothing left to say, what we want to do is we want to do dialog.text equals blank, and then text box dot set active equals false. So we basically erase all the text that's in the box and turn the box off. In fact, I think what we'll do is we'll do the box first. It doesn't really matter because both of them are going to happen like within 0.0000 some seconds of each other. It doesn't matter too much, but just for the sake of things, we'll make the box not visible, and then we'll make the text not visible either. Right. Okay. So now we have him able to talk. But what we need to do is set it to where there's a delay. The player has time to read the messages if they want to. So we would probably want to handle that in update. I guess I could just make talk a coroutine. Let's do that. I.e. numerator talk, and we're just going to copy this line here. Let's give them like 4 seconds per, and then we'll do start coroutine talk. However, update's going to happen like a lot, right? So maybe I don't need that. Actually, maybe I don't do the update. What if I just, at the end of start talking, call talk? And then I don't even need is talking. I think I can have nested coroutines, right? It shouldn't matter. Now, can I call the same coroutine from the coroutine? I guess that's the deciding factor. Let's actually... let's put it in here. I think this way will be better. What's going to happen is awake is going to start the talking coroutine. Going to wait 2 seconds. That way the player can load in and has time to do stuff. And we can just change these values anytime we want. Then, in start talking, after 2 seconds goes by, it's going to show the first message and start the second is talking coroutine, which is then going to wait 4 seconds, say the next message, and call the start talking coroutine again, which is then going to wait 4 seconds and call it again, and kind of go through that process. So I think that'll work. So what I'm going to do is just in GM, I'm just going to add auto talking, and we're going to go 2 messages. Hello world. This is your narrator speaking. Okay. The problem is we don't have a dialogue or a text box right now, but that's fine. What we can do is create an empty 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 GUI 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we want to add a canvas here. Yeah. Okay, here's the canvas. Do I need to scale the screen size? Base resolution is going to be 1920 by 1080. Match width or height. Reference pixels per unit. I guess 32 is what we're going to do. Okay. Screen space. Camera? No. Let's do overlay. That is what we had before. What I did before, anyway. Okay. Now we have a canvas. This is where our stuff's going to go. Next, we want to add a I'm thinking about how I had this before. I guess we go image, which is going to be our text box. And then attached to the image, we're going to have the text itself. Import EMP Essentials. Yep. All I need. This is going to be our rename to dialogue. Okay. So, is this how I had it before? Anyway, let's resize our text box. Where would be a good place for this? Maybe in the bottom right, I think. Anchor, we want this to be connected to the bottom right. Okay. Height we'll do 125. Width we'll do 750. Make it nice round numbers so they're not a bunch of nonsense. And we'll do 395 for the X position and 78 for the Y position. There we go. All right, so this will be our text box. And then the dialogue, already in the middle, that's perfect. We're gonna stretch this out. So it takes up all the space here. And yes, I know the text is white on white. Let's go ahead and under assets, we're going to create a new folder called GUI, or for the graphical user interface. And then we want this one. Let's go, let's see, which one of these is best? That one. We're going to throw this one in the GUI. We're going to change this stuff once again. Apply. I don't know why I went to sprite editor. Habit. All right. Select the text box. We can change the source image to this sprite. Now we can see the text much better. And we're going to change the text to be... Maybe staying in the upper left would be the best option there. Anyway, let's make it so that the text does not go over the stuff here. Always nice and legible. So, hello there. My name is Dr. Smith.
I have come to destroy your world. Ha 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 ha. Okay. I don't know why, Dr. Smith, but let's just do that for now. And then if I just hit play, I should see this and see how big it is. Okay. Not very big. Unfortunate. But that's fine. We gotta remember that that's about how big the thing is gonna be here. So, all we gotta do is just, I'm gonna resize it so it's roughly the same proportions here. Let's go with 560 and then 105 for that, and then 1075 and then 180 for that. There we go. Okay, now for the dialogue, we can make it a little bit bigger, I think. Let's make it 45 size for text. Now it's nice and legible. We don't have to worry about people not being able to read it. Now we actually have a little more space to type as well. That's fine though. Not gonna worry about that too much. So let's just hit play again and see how it looks. Okay, a little bit better. I think that's gonna be fine. I'm face palming. Okay, there we go. All right, so I think that looks good. So we'll go ahead and just hit play out of here. I'm just going to remove this text. We don't need it right now. And we're going to go back to the GM, which has our stuff here. Dialogue goes there, text box goes there, and then I click text box and I hide it so it's not visible. Okay? Then we hit play one more time, and we'll see what happens. So after 2 seconds, we should see the dialogue box pop up with Hello World. Then after 4 more seconds, this is your narrator speaking. Excellent. Okay, and then it disappears. Perfect, all that worked. Oh my God, first try. Excellent, okay. So we got the text stuff working now. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, and that's really all we have to do. And so this can be used anywhere. We would just need to add this auto-talking script to any game object, and then we can have it start automatically talking, go through however many lines of dialogue we want to another player, and call that good. And if I want to, later on, I could even add voice lines to it to have someone talk and say them if I wanted to. I might do the voices myself, who knows? We'll see how it works. But yeah, so all I would have to do for that is if we go back over to our Unity, I just need to add another serialized field of audio clips, I think they are. And then every time going through here, when the dialogue switches, we just state play this audio clip at index whatever to match up with the message. That's all you have to really do. Nothing too big, but we're not going to do anything with that right now because I don't have any plans to voice it just yet. All right. Now we have this huge UI to work with. Let's see. I think having a timer would be nice. That way we can have the player go for clearing in a certain amount of time or something, right? So I don't need that now. What I need is in the canvas, we'll go UI, Text Mesh Pro. I'm gonna center this one. This one is going to be our timer. And then let's do like 0, 0, comma 0, 0, and then 0, 0. Okay. We're gonna move that one to the upper right, and we'll change our material preset to have an outline. That way, if we look at our text up here, we can see it kind of has a little outline there. I can increase the thickness of it a bit. And if I hit play, we'll be able to see it. I think it's still too small to see very well. You can just kind of see it up there. We'll make it a little bit bigger. Rather than 30, let's upgrade it to 40.
Right, like that. The text box is perfect size. I don't have to worry about too much of that. We'll just make it like that. Okay, perfect. So we have the timer, and I don't think can I add a script to this? I don't think I want to. No. Okay. So let me go back to my scripts. I'm not sure how I would sort this one too, so we're just gonna do timer script. Okay, so let's open this one up. And wouldn't you know it, I actually happen to have a timer script in one of my other games, Slime Evolution. So let's see where it is. I think it would be this one. Nope. Yep, here it is. Perfect. Okay. So I called it game timer in the other game. Go ahead and attach it here. Okay, so update, we just want to do, I mean, I could just copy all of this, yeah? Yeah, let's do that. Copy. Paste. Easy peasy. Don't have to worry about anything now. I can just get rid of that. Text, and we are good. Okay. So the way this works, we have seconds, minutes, and hours. And timer starts with update timer. Every time it goes through, it adds time to the time delta time function, which is, honestly, I don't know what the time delta time function is. It's just how you keep track of time. So don't worry about that. But it goes through here. And the way it works is if hours is less than or equal to 1, we want to go through 2 seconds. And if seconds is less than 10, if minutes is less than 10, we do all this stuff, right? Why is it 10? Why is it 10? Shouldn't it be 60? There might be a reason. I don't know. This is code that worked before. Oh, I know why. Because there's 2 different values. Right. That makes sense. Right. Right. So with double digits, you have to do one number independently. So if seconds is less than 10, we want to check the minutes as well. Make sure it's less than 10. We go hours plus that. It's easier to see if we actually go and add it to something. So I think if I just do timer. No. What? Hold on. Because it doesn't have the T. It's right there. What do you mean? Because the script class copy. What do you mean it can't be found? Oh, right. The one thing that you'll know is because I copied all this, it changed the class to game timer instead of timer script like I had it before, which caused that issue of me not being able to copy it over. So, moving on. Now if I do timer script, it's right there. Cool. So now we just drag the timer over to here. And then if we hit play, we'll be able to see the timer ticking up. So it starts at 0, 0, 0. Then it starts going up, 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 as you can see. And if we get to 10, it switches over. So like I was saying, basically it has to go with each value or each like bracket, right? Because the way that it's displayed is text. It's not like a actual clock. So it has like a 0, and like if we go over to our thing here at the end, the way it does this is you can see we have the timer of hours plus then an actual string of colon 0 plus the minutes value, which is why, okay, this makes more sense now that I look at this. So the way this works is because minutes is less than 10, the minutes is going to be led by a 0, right? So even if there's like 1 minute, it's going to be 0, 1, right? And whatnot. So that's what we're doing there. But if minutes is equal to or greater than 10, we're just going to have a colon and then the minutes value because it's greater than 10, right? So that's how that's going to work. And then as you can see, we're only incrementing by seconds here. So seconds is really the only thing that matters in the beginning. And if seconds is less than 10, we go through here and we add 0 plus the time converted into seconds, right? And I'm pretty sure I stole this timer from someone else's code, which coders do all the time. You just like look up how to do something and then you copy paste that code in and whatnot. But it works. Like, you could possibly do it other ways, but this is one of the better ways to do it. It's the way it worked for me. I think I looked on how to do some things, and I added the like colons and stuff to make it work for my specific need of wanting to do this. And see, it's still been counting up to 30 and all that good jazz. So we have the timer. Yay! But we don't want the timer to be there all the time. We only want it when they're playing the level. So whenever we change levels and go to the next level or whatever is when the timer will start. So that's why having it tied to GM is not the best thing to do. But we have the timer developed and made, so that's perfect. Good times. Now, also in the canvas, we can add a panel and call this the pause menu. And this one, we just want to kind of scale it down, kind of be in the center here. Also, the timer, we want to anchor at the upper right. The anchoring is if people like resize their screen or whatever, is where the stuff's going to show up, kind of grab onto. The pause menu is going to be in the middle. So that's where we want it. Let's see. So top, let's go 550. Right is going to be 550. Top is going to be 250, and bottom will be 250 as well. Why not? Let's just do that. So that'll be like the pause. You can sort of change stuff around. But I think for right now, what we'll do is I want this to be solid. I don't want it to be transparent. We'll go to our GUI, and we're just going to grab that background and slam it right there. So we have it. Perfect. Right like that. Although we could honestly grab this background. It has a little more texture to it, since it's going to just have buttons on this, really. That way it has a nice little textured background here. And we can then add onto this text mesh, paused text. Go up here and go to this. We'll change that to a 50 size font. Paused. Want it to be centered. There we go. All right. There we have our thing that says paused. Actually, you know what? I can make it even bigger. Let's go to like 60 sized font. Why not? Width will go to 250. That'll be fine. Excellent. All right. So we have our little pause menu here. And that is whatever. We can then add a button. So UI button. Let's make this guy a little bit bigger, shall we? There we go. Let's zoom in a little further. Let's make him centered on the Y, or on the X, I mean. And we will have this be button named unpause button. We can change the text here to say resume. And while I'm at it,
What's the difference in these again? All right, the different type of vines surrounding that. Was this what I wanted? That was the second one. Grab this one down here. And we'll have to create these buttons. I'm just going to reuse the graphic user interface stuff from the previous game. Go. Let's just do an automatic slice on this one. Don't really have to be too fancy with it there. And then for the button, we'll go ahead and put this here. And we can change the font color to be white so that it's nice and poppy. Let's actually change the font to be 30 though. That's a little bit easier to see. And let's make the height of this a little bit bigger. Go. Okay. Now that's our pause menu right there. We can add more stuff later, like quit or stuff like that. In fact, why not? Let's just do that. Let's just copy this and we can make these go over to different corners. Let's make it even so it looks symmetrical. We'll rename this one to the quit button. And we'll change the text to read quit. Right there. Really, I think that's all we kind of need. I mean, we could have a return to main menu kind of one. Yeah, let's you know what, let's do that actually. So we're gonna have those both be 0. We're gonna have quit, and then we're gonna copy quit. And this one's going to be main menu button. Change the text to main menu. Okay. So main menu, I'm gonna quit to the main menu where you can choose the level and stuff like that. Or you can go to quit, which is gonna actually quit the entire game. I think that's really all we need for this. I mean, I could potentially add a hint button. That'd be way too complicated, I think, though. At least right now, I guess I would just read what level they're on and be like, hey, you need to do this. But, I don't know, hints seem kind of cheap. So now that we have basically all the buttons we're going to use here, let's... Well, there are settings as well. Very good point. Very good point, me. Let's make a settings button for like sound and stuff. That's really one thing we're going to be changing. So let's change the text on this to be settings. Anything else that we would need? Settings, main menu, quit, and resume. I think that's all. So let's grab these buttons, bring them up a little bit higher, and then let's actually space them out properly. So let's go with from the unpause, let's set it at just -100 to make it a nice round number. And the quit button we'll put at -30. What about what's -50 look like? That's not great. -30. And then since that's -70, or I guess +70, the next one would be at 40, right? And then the settings button would be at 111, if we're spacing them out evenly. Okay. Now we can finagle them a little bit more. There we go. And now let's go ahead and resize the pause menu, which is gonna mess things up a little bit there. I think that's fine. Okay. I can just grab all this, drag it down. Grab all this and drag it down a little bit. There we go. Then we can just resize or relocate the panel here. So as long as the left and right are both same distance away, roughly.
I think 720 is the way to go there. Okay. And then I guess it really doesn't matter for the vertical, so that's fine. I will make this a round number though, so there we go. Bam. All right, we got the pause menu finished. Well, the layout finished. We still have to add what all the buttons do and stuff like that, but that's fine for right now. Okay. Excellent. So let's go to GM real quick. And I'm going to remove the auto-talking script. Open up GM. So let's go to update. And let's go into my other GM script. I think it's managers, right? Yep, okay. This is my previous GM script from when I was making my previous game. As you can see, it is very long with all of this information going down the various things. And a lot of it deals with stuff we don't care about right now. What we care about is the update function right here. So we want to do public bool in main menu. We want to do public bool is paused. Public bool is loading. Okay, I think that's all I need right now. So, if in main menu equals false, because we don't want to be able to do any of this stuff we're going to be doing here in the main menu. Not that, not that, not that, not that. I want this one. Copy. And then if let's see. No, that's fine. I don't need that. Just copy this and paste it there. Okay. I got what I need for now. For now. Okay, so we can remove all of this. I'm going to copy and paste this again. And actually, I'm going to go to the bathroom again real quick because drinking so much water from talking so much makes me have to piss. Be right back. All right, and I'm back. So let me explain what this little function does with a lot of errors. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it right now. So this is what is going to open up our pause menu with the escape key, of course. So first of all, we just want to make sure we're not at the main menu because we don't want to open up the pause menu at the main menu because that's just weird, right? Next thing we need to do is we need to add a serialized field. Oops. Serialized field for a game object named pause menu. That'll get rid of that error. Next, we'll get rid of event tracker. And we'll get rid of the stop movement because we're not going to stop. Well, you know what? We will keep stop movement, I think. And we want the cursor to turn on. That way we're able to do stuff. And then I think let's audio source, if I can spell it right. Audio source. Is that not how you spell source? Hold on. Nope. I was just typing quite badly. Okay, so we'll have our audio source. We want another serialized field for our pause button sound effect, which I think is an audio clip. We'll just play that at 50% volume for now. So I think I do want a stop movement script. So public bool, not public bool, damn it. Private or public void stop movement. And of course we need one to start movement as well. So public void start movement. And in here, we want to do player allowed to move equals false. And down in start, we want to make player allowed to move equals true. Because if you remember, in our player move, it first checks if the player is allowed to move. And if they can, and they're moving, they can do various things. However, if they are not allowed to move, it sets their velocity to 0. So that they cannot do anything. Easy as that. We also want to set time scale to equal 0. That way time isn't moving. And we want to change it back to 1 on start movement. Because things like the auto talk script with the coroutines, this wait for seconds feature, if the time scale is set to 1 or greater than 0, I should say, this will still keep happening. By setting it to 0, we make it so that it doesn't happen. Easy, right? Okay, so I think for now that's all we need to do. Yeah. What this does is it checks, are we in the main menu? We are not. And then checks if we hit the escape key. If it did, or if we did, it then checks to see if the pause menu is active. If the pause menu is not active, we do this. However, else, if the pause menu is active, we want to do this. Start movement. And cursor visible equals false. We want to hide the cursor, we don't want the cursor around for no reason, right? Okay, so now we can test this. But first we have to copy some stuff over. So from the GM, we need to have the pause menu. And we need the audio clip, but that is a other thing. I'll just grab that real quick. Assets, create, folder, sounds. I had one named pause, right? Normalized audio. Pause, pause, pause. There we go. And then we go to GUI, or GM, my bad. Paste that in there. And we have that done. So we hit play. And then, yeah, I'm done. Hold on. Let's first make that go away. Tag SF, right. I didn't set the tag for the sound effect. Hold on. We'll create an empty game object called sound effects source. Then we do audio source down here. Okay. And then we'll change the tag of this to be SFX. Easy. All right, now it should work. Okay, that was louder than I thought it was going to be. Supposed to play at 50%, goddamn. Yeah, I think it should be 0.5 F, actually. Let's try it again. That's better. Okay, so we got the menu opening and closing just from hitting escape, but we want to add functionality for the buttons. So in the pause menu, open that baby up again. We want to add a component called pause menu manager. Okay, give me just a moment here. Let me put this into our manager script. Okay, now we'll open it up. All right, we don't need any of this. What we do need is we need the serialized field, for the game object settings menu. Main menu, quit and resume. Okay, so we'll then do public void resume, public void settings, public void main menu, and public void quit. Just quit, please. Okay, perfect. We have all that set up. Okay. To resume, obviously all we're going to do is do this dot set active, this dot game object dot set active equals false, and we want to also do this stuff here. Oops, not that stuff. Yeah, this stuff. What do I want to do? However, we need to get a GM. So on awake, we want to do GM, and then GM equals game object dot find game object with tag, not objects, object with tag GM. dot get component GM. That way, right on awake, it'll grab the GM component. Then we can just do GM dot start movement in order to move our character, or let our character move again. I'm thinking, because we should also add the settings menu here and do that. Why? Because if I open the settings here and then I hit escape, it wouldn't close the settings menu. Also, I need to do that for a couple other things as well, so give me just a moment. The confirm quit, the confirm main menu. I think that's all. So confirm main menu select false. Confirm quit menu equals false. That way everything gets disabled. So if you hit escape again, it doesn't open up the same panel that you were already on. So if you had settings open when you were opening the pause menu and you hit escape, the next time you hit escape to open the pause menu, the settings menu would still be open. That's how that would work. That's why I have to do that. So additionally, for resume won't matter because the other buttons or the other menus will be obscuring the resume button here. So that's fine. What we want to do I'm just thinking for a second. Okay. We want to open up a couple more menus here. So we want to do confirm quit menu and confirm main menu. We want to say, hey player, if you go to the main menu or if you quit, your progress on this level will be lost, essentially. So we also want to do a public void close settings. And then we want to do a public void no exit, which will use no exit for both the main menu and the quit option if you say no, you do not want to go. But then we need public void confirm quit, and then public void confirm main menu. I was going to add, just for these, confirm menu exit. That's fine. Okay, so just for these, I'm going to add some comments. So this is the button to say yes. Go to main menu. And same thing for this quit. Yes to quit game. Otherwise, I might get confused later on about what quit and confirm quit do. So, and then also for no exit, this closes both the confirm quit and main menu panels if they select no. Easy. All right. Honestly, I could possibly just throw close settings also into... Yeah, let's do that. Let's change the close settings to apply settings. And then change this one to also do... settings panel There we go. All right, so now no exit will close everything. That's not the pause menu. Simple as that. A lot of stuff to work through, but that's okay. So, what we want to do now is basically tag these buttons. So first, GM, it's going to need the settings menu and all that, which we don't have. Pause menu, needs that stuff, doesn't matter. What we want to do right now is tag the buttons, so let's do that real quick. So we're going to drag the pause menu, which has the pause menu script, over onto all these buttons down here. So it's on click, they do a function, a pause member, and this is the unpause, so we're going to do resume. Next is the quit button. This one is going to open up the quit menu. We got the main menu button, which is going to do quit main menu. We got the settings button, which is going to open up the settings. Simple as that. Okay. Now that we have those done, we don't have the panels for them, but at least the buttons will do something, right? So here we have all of our lovely things. Confirm quit is simple because it's just application.quit. That was done. It won't work if we test it out in here because we can't quit out of the game in Unity because it's the Unity editor, because that's just not how it works, but in the game it would work. So that's simple. I'm still gonna figure out what I want to do with the main menu. Probably open up a scene to it. We'll see how that goes, though. I had issues with that in my previous game, which is why I made it so you can't go back to the main menu. You can only quit the game. Makes it a little aggravating if you want to load a previous save, because you have to quit the game, reopen it, and then load your save. But yeah, I kind of had to do that at that one, because I found out the way that I had certain things set up, if you were to go back to the main menu, then start up the game again, certain values for certain things would not have reset properly. Not great. So that wasn't good. But okay. So I think we're looking good. I also don't want the timer to be showing up all the time. We'll hide that for now. Hide that for now. Okay. I think we should be good with some of our stuff here. I'm going to open up a little document here that says slime stuff to do. So I use a little notepad here to kind of let me know what I'm doing and stuff. Don't need any of this. This is kind of my notes for the different gods in the world. All my games have been connected so far, and this one's going to be connected as well. But I don't know if any of this matters. Nah, none of these gods matter. I might actually make a new document for this, though. Hold on. New document. Slime World Lore. That way I can just keep track of all of this. Boop. Boop, there we go. Okay. So, yeah, I use this to kind of keep track of all the things I have to do, things that I want to do, and kind of where I'm at, because otherwise I might forget over like the weekend or a day or something, you know? So I think we'll start wrapping up by filling this out, because my throat's getting a little raspy because I'm not used to talking for so long at a time. So we'll go ahead and do this. So we need to first add in levers and gates. 2. Make or create settings, main menu, and in-game settings, main menu, quit prompt, and quit game prompts in pause menu manager script. Now I'm notifying myself of where it is at, and I know how to deal with it. As a sub part of these, let me just tack these for a second. So GM, pause manager. I think those are the only ones that need that stuff right now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So GM script and pause manager scripts both need to have these menus, menu game objects not declared, like dragged into their fields. Let's just put it like that. Excellent. Okay. So that should handle that. You know what? Levers, pressure plates, and gates. There we go. I'll just add another thing to add. Why not? I'm going to add a 0. Need to make walls properly, like straight walls and corners. Yay. Okay. That'll be something I'll do offline though. I don't really want to do artwork online because it's garbage. My artwork is garbage. Let's be honest. All right. So that stuff is done. We have our text box, which is set up. At some point, we will need to make a main menu. For this one, we'll need settings, quit, level, select, new game, continue, buttons for that. So I think we obviously quit. We have the settings. We have, when you start the game for the first time, you'll have a new game option. You'll have the continue button, which is going to just pick up on the last room you left off on. And then, of course, the level select allows you to select whatever level you want to start in. So 4 will be make level select panel for main menu. That should be simple enough. 5, make event tracker script to keep track of level and times, etc. So what this is going to do, basically, my event tracker, it's going to keep a list of all the different values that we have. Like, it's going to keep track of you're on this level, you've beaten this level at this time, that kind of stuff. And that'll be saved to like a file that we will load up and use as the player plays stuff. Okay. I'm still thinking about how to implement the various other things. So I think that's really all I need to do. So just make a bunch of levels. Really all I got to do.
Pause menu. Because there's not going to be a bunch of. I'm not going to do a whole bunch of save and load games. I'm going to assume one person is playing the game, and if multiple people want to play the same game on the same computer, they can just go to the level select and do it there. I guess for times, maybe save list of best times. For example, I don't know. That way, if multiple people do play on the same game, it'll have like a kind of high score board that you can reference for yourself. I don't think I'll be able to implement like a leaderboard for like global players or anything like that. I think that's just going to be impossible. Because I think you would need a server. I don't think I can just do that through Steam. So, not going to happen. Anything else I need to add? 7. Slime. Enemy that follows you and resets the puzzle if they touch you. That sounds about right. Okay. That's the main mechanics that I would need. I do believe. Okay. Right now, and that's all I can think of needing to do. The main stuff is just fixing stuff that we've already done, or kind of partially completed, and then other stuff I want to add into the game. So for now, that's what we'll do. I'm still kind of thinking about other like puzzle-related things, because I don't want to make it just levers, boxes, and conveyor belt and stuff, right? I want to add some extra stuff as well. So probably going to research puzzle games and how other puzzle games have done stuff, you know. Like obviously I can have them move boxes onto pressure plates, I can have them move boxes out of the way, I can have them go through like a conveyor belt maze, stuff like that. Just stuff that fits on like one screen without having to like pan the camera at all, right? Is what I want to do. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's all for today, everyone. I'm going to just close that, and then made some good progress in these 4 hours. We got our conveyor belt moving, we got our character moving, we got our talking script, which is going to come in handy a lot, ready and finished. We got our block that's movable done. We got our timer made. Again, I just copied code from my previous game, but good shit. So that'll be all for now. I want to put my hands down. Which button is the button to put my hands down? Is it 9? No. 4? No. 5. 6? There we go. Okay. Jeez. Alrighty, but yep, that's all for me, everyone. Thank you all for watching, hanging around, and whatnot. I'm gonna rest my voice and make some of those other items that I need to for next time. So I don't know. We'll probably stream tomorrow. Depends on how rough my voice ends up being tomorrow. I don't know. But if not tomorrow, probably some other time this week. Throw it out there. But yeah, thanks for hanging out and everything, everyone. And until next time, bye bye.